Okay, good evening. We had a few little technical issues before managing to get the live stream to work. Seems there was an update that I wasn't aware of, but a lot has happened since we did the last live stream. A lot has happened. Obviously, this week we've lost two big major figures from the sporting world. We lost Eddie Jordan, former F1 team owner, and we lost the late, great double world heavyweight champion in the world of boxing, George Foreman. And both were age 76. So there is that. And there will be career videos on both Jordan and George Foreman to come in due course. I'm doing okay. The weather's a bit crap, but I'm doing okay. It's kind of nice to have a break from league football. I don't really watch the international breaks when it comes to international football. I don't really watch them. I'm more of a an international tournament type of guy. I think we have too many international breaks in regards to domestic club game across Europe and across the world for that matter. I think there are too many international breaks. I think there's a better way that they could organise and work out the international calendar that works well with the clubs and the players. I think looking back at last year's Euros, for example, the players were out on their feet. You could definitely see that the quality we were seeing was lessened to a certain extent because the players are playing too much. So they're playing too much. The season's too long, the off season's too short, and they're trying to jam as many games as possible in too smaller time frame. And it clearly is just. It doesn't work for me. I felt Euro 2020, which was played in 2021, was actually quite a decent tournament. I actually enjoyed Euro 2020. I know it was delayed by a year, but I did enjoy it. I think it was an entertaining tournament to watch. Obviously, the final went Italy's way, which was not what we wanted, but I felt it was an interesting, fun tournament to watch. The tournament last year wasn't terrible, in my opinion. We had some good games. We had some upsets. Some teams, some nations definitely underperformed, but you could definitely see by the end of the tournament, a lot of the players were struggling, and the goals per game ratio did drop off. It started at a ridiculous pace for goals per game, and as the tournament went along, the goals per game average dropped off significantly, and that was very, very noticeable. But we are seeing less goalless draws in tournament football. I think I've got to look at that, but it does feel to me that there's less goalless games, and teams are more willing to avoid extra time and penalties, partly because of that fatigue factor. Yeah, I think they do. They've got enough of a buffer. Arsenal, I think, are too far back. They would have to have a severe, and I do mean this, a severe catastrophic collapse for the league not to be theirs. But at the same time, if they do lose games, the teams behind them have to win those games. So, but I think they've built enough of a buffer to get over the line. I have to say, though, the League Cup final, that performance was very flat from Liverpool for about 60, 65 minutes. And Newcastle Eddie Howe tactically set his team up right, considering he had some key players out as well. They play with more energy. And they also had a game in the week as well. So you can't just say, because Liverpool had a Champions League game. And Newcastle had a league game on, I believe, the Monday. So they also played a game earlier in the week as well. And their squad doesn't have as much depth as Liverpool's. So I think Newcastle, Eddie Howe managed his tactics better. He clearly motivated the players better, having been at that stage a couple of seasons ago and coming up short. And well, it I think it was a deserved win. I think it's good for the game that a new team wins a trophy for the first time. I think that's important. The same team's winning all the time. It gets a bit boring. So I do think that Liverpool losing and Newcastle winning, I think actually, ironically, is good for the game. And I think Newcastle winning, there's obviously the comparisons with Manchester City and the timeline and winning their first trophy and getting that over the line. I've got my back is killing me. Oh, I love having a bad back. So I think, yeah, Newcastle winning, I think, is ultimately good for the game. It's important that we have a very competitive league system. It will be interesting to see how Newcastle do going forward next season. Obviously, last year they took a step back. I think it was very obvious that combining league and European commitments was an experience for a lot of the players that hadn't been in that position before. And Eddie Howe as well, I felt they would have learned a lot of lessons from a couple of seasons ago that they can take forward into next year, depending where they finish in the league. And of course, the League Cup gives them entry, I believe, into the Europa League. So they've qualified for Europe regardless of what they do in the league. Now it's all about their league finishing position and whether they can build some momentum on the back of that trophy win. But it's an interesting one looking at it because the comparison between Newcastle and Manchester City in regards to how quickly they won their first trophy since the takeover is going to be there. And what's going to be interesting is what they do in following seasons and whether they can win more silverware. I think Eddie Howe is putting his name in the hat to be a future England manager, depending on what happens with Thomas Tuchel in the World Cup and what happens after the World Cup. I think it's going to stop overnight. I think the weather. The weather's been a bit weird today because when I woke up, it was very warm and a bit muggy. But the weather's worse further north and further east, so we haven't got it as bad as other places. There was thunderstorms the other day as well, apparently, over London. So, but we haven't got it as bad here. But it's that time of year where the weather's changeable and it does weird stuff, and the cricket season's about to start as well, so that's something to keep your eye out for. But what is also interesting, and I only realised this today, is it's been 5 years to the day since we went into our first COVID lockdown, which is weird because I remember 5 years ago when I was living in my old apartment. I moved from my old apartment back to the family home before moving here in the August. 9 days, week and a half or so before the lockdown 5 years ago, and I remember keeping up to date with the overseas news and following the various sports leagues around the world, predominantly the NHL. That was the league that I was looking at the most and following quite religiously at the time and keeping an eye on because the NRL and the AFL were still in their pre-season at the time in the February, going into the regular season. And I just remember the first two rounds of the NRL season took place. The AFL decided one round, that's enough, we're stopping. The NRL tried to forge ahead, got to round two, and they actually said if they waited another day, they would have carried on playing. They would have carried on playing because they were going to run out of money. Now, I did cover at the time the situation that both the AFL and the NRL found themselves in Australia. I covered the leagues in North America. I covered, obviously, the European football, including the Premier League here, and the concerns that were going to be had in English football and in Scottish football and in European football about, would leagues call their seasons? Would Would clubs go bust? All these various things. And I remember doing a video on the CFL and working out how much money they were making and would they have a season. And the CFL in Canada, the Canadian version of the NFL, didn't have a 2020 season. It was actually going to cost them less money. They were going to lose less money by not playing a season at all than playing a season with no fans or with restrictions, which was very, very telling. So I did a video on the CFL and working out their finances and the value of the league and the value of the teams and the situation in Canada there with the CFL. I covered Major League Baseball and the discussions about return to play and potential player strikes, which ultimately led to the Major League Baseball lockout. And then following the resumption of play and then the disrupted 2020-2021 season, which ultimately led to the delayed Euros, it was very interesting how coming out of that, like a lot of clubs were still impacted, leagues were still impacted, and various sports were trying to come up with rule changes or ways to make revenue, and it was a weird one. And yes, I do remember lockdown was horrible, but I still had a day job to do, so I was going to work every day, and I would go to work, come home, and go on the Xbox. And yes, I was guilty of that as well. There was not a lot else to do. I watched a bit of Netflix and watched some DVDs and some films, but I was guilty of that as well. I read a lot of books in the evenings. There was no social life to do. You couldn't really socialise for that initial couple of months. So I actually was doing quite well financially. I made a lot of money because I wasn't going out. Marvel Rivals, because people in my class don't. I don't game anymore. The Xbox is in storage, all unplugged, and a lot of other stuff. What you want to change the qualification for the next Rugby League World Cup? I know that they are going to shrink the size of the tournament, and it's going to be shrunk, and so less teams. And I believe the women's tournament will eventually become a standalone tournament in the future. I believe this next upcoming one, I think it's going to be a joint tournament between men and women's, but I believe that's going to be a standalone one. It's good, as I say, rugby league internationally is how heavily reliant on the NRL to organise a fair proportion of the test matches, as we've seen with the specific challenge championship they've got going now, where one of the nations will play a tour over here against England or Great Britain, and then the rest of the nations, including Australia and New Zealand, will play the tournament. And I think it's a good thing that the NRL is involved in the international game and making sure test matches get played, because the IRL is, well, out of COVID, has lost stupid amounts of money. The last World Cup lost money because it was played a year late, which is what the organisers didn't want. And so that was an interesting one. So we saw the delayed Euros in 2021. It was maybe played in 2020. Now, the Rugby League World Cup, they were really trying to push it over the line to get it played in 2021. And it was delayed literally at the last minute because Australia and New Zealand, the ARL basically, and the New Zealand Rugby League basically said, we're not going to allow our players to play. And it was all done quite literally days, weeks, about a week or so before the tournament was due to start or something. And so ultimately they had to delay a year because Australia and New Zealand was the big draw. They were expecting to sell a lot of tickets because Australia and New Zealand were coming here to play test matches as part of the World Cup. And so they delay a year, which I think works in the favour of a lot of players who had an extra year of development. So Herbie Farnsworth and Dominic Young, for example, obviously get that extra year in the NRL. Now, just as an example of two young English players who really developed really, really well. And there's some young Aussie players who had that extra year to develop and hone their skills and get that extra season under their belt. So I think it benefited a lot of the players, but it didn't benefit the organisation behind the World Cup. They had to use government loans. They lost money. It cost more money than it made. And it could have been organised a lot better. There was a lot of problems with it. Do you think we'll see Kalen Ponga pulling on the Kiwi jersey? There's been discussions about that. He wouldn't be the first player to represent both Australia and New Zealand. But if he was to go on and represent New Zealand, he won't be able to play and be eligible for State of Origin again. If he just, it's like Victor Radley's now represented England, he can't play State of Origin now, even though he's been in Origin camp for New South Wales. So I can see Mal Meninga desperately trying to encourage him to keep his allegiance with Australia, and I can see Billy Slater and the Queensland set up trying to encourage him to stay eligible for them because he's their first choice fullback. And it'll be an interesting one. I don't know how that's going to play out, but quite honestly, we've heard this discussion before where he's pulled himself out of Origin selection and Test selection before to focus on his fitness or his club game, and he got criticised for that. A lot of people do criticise his contract. He's negotiated a good deal for himself. That's the Newcastle Knights have made the mistake for signing him to that contract. It's the same with the Dylan Brown situation. I know the Parramatta fans were booing Dylan Brown in the game against the Bulldogs today and against the Tigers as well. He was booed every time he touched the ball. So Parramatta fans have turned against Dylan Brown, but it's not his fault that the Newcastle Knights offered him the length of contract he wanted and offered him the money he wanted. He wants to set himself up for the future, his family for the future. So there's that. What Stacey Jones is making a play for him. Well, that is interesting because he has fullback. Stacey Jones has fullback options. Charles Nicoll-Klokstad and Roger Tuivasa-Sheck can both play fullback. At the moment, Nicoll-Klokstad is playing fullback for the Warriors and doing quite well, and Tuivasa-Sheck can play fullback. Whiteni Zelezniak can play fullback at a push. So you've got three players who would be automatic selections for a Kiwi squad already who can play fullback and have played fullback at club level, played in grand finals as a fullback. Tuivasa-Sheck winning one, Nicoll-Klokstad not winning one. So I don't understand why they would want to have Kalen Ponga come in and therefore disrupt that kind of situation because, as I say, New Zealand already have a fair number of players who can fill that role and do it very well. I think the issue is they've lost Joey Manu to rugby union for at least a year, potentially 2 years to rugby union in Japan because of the salary cap. And so that makes things interesting in that regard. But Kalen Ponga, I mean, yes, he could, but at the same time, it's an interesting one. It'll be interesting to see if, what Mal Meninga and the ARL try and do to keep Kalen Ponga a kangaroo and playing for Australia. But we've seen it with some of the Pacific Island lads who've represented both Australia and New Zealand going to play for Tonga, Samoa and Fiji. So there is that. Ponga's not a great halfback. He can't defend in the halves. He gets exposed defensively in the halves. Newcastle tried him in that role. It didn't work. What am I thinking about the Winnipeg Jets' chances this year? It's an interesting one. It's basically neck and neck between the Capitals and the Jets, two sides that weren't expected to be competing for the President's Trophy. And I'm being deadly honest, the Capitals were not expected to be this good. The Jets weren't expected to be this good, which is refreshing that there's this kind of competition for the President's Trophy. But the President's Trophy is a bit of a curse. And the last time Winnipeg came second overall in the league, they got to a conference final. I like their chances if they play at their best. There's going to be some tough challenges to get to a final. But I'm feeling 2018 vibes with this team. I'm feeling quietly confident. If they can get out the first round, I think they can potentially make a Stanley Cup final. And there's been a lot of discussion about attendances and cost of tickets and the small market and all this drivel. And I can do I can do some more videos on the NHL potential expansion markets and where the NHL looks at next, because obviously we've had the recent discussion the last couple of days about Houston and the meetings that have been had and the NHL saying they're not in expansion mode right now, and they're happy with the stability of 32 teams for the time being, but Houston having meetings with the NHL, New Orleans having meetings with the NHL. We know Atlanta's got a couple of interested ownership groups. We know Phoenix has got a couple of interested ownership groups, and the NHL have given Arizona or Phoenix first refusal within the next 5 years. So we know that the NHL will expand within 5 years, and we know that if they have given an opportunity for a return to the state of Arizona, be it Phoenix or Tucson, and they've been given a 5-year window in which they can have ownership groups meet with the NHL. And we do know that there are a couple of NHL sized arenas in the Phoenix metro area, then it's going to be interesting, because Omaha, Nebraska has come into conversation. New Orleans has come into the conversation. There's multiple cities now are coming into the conversation that are showing interest in bringing the NHL to their locations. So New Orleans only had, for a brief period, had an ECHL team for about 5-6 years in the late 90s, early 2000s. Obviously, we know what happened with Atlanta, not once but twice, with two teams that have been in Atlanta as expansion teams and have been relocated, ironically, both to Canada. We know the Aeros WHA originally, and then the International Hockey League was in Houston, so hockey's been played in Houston. Obviously, we had a quarter of a century of Phoenix/Arizona Coyotes in the Phoenix metro area, and there were issues with that, but that was more down to the league and bad ownership rather than fans not attending. So there's a variety of topics to discuss. I find it interesting that New Orleans and Omaha, Nebraska are in the conversation as potential expansion locations. I think in that regard, if they were to go to a smaller market like that, Omaha, Nebraska would be a bit of an outside the box curveball kind of move, because there's no other major league there, and therefore you can get into that market and build a fan base around the city and the market that Major League Baseball, the NBA, the NFL, Major League Soccer is not looking at, because it's classed as a smaller market. The NHL's got to do its own thing. It can't be worried what the other major leagues are doing in regards to TV deals, expansion locations, corporate. They need to try and focus on themselves and building on the existing fan base and attracting new fans to the product. And it's interesting because Portland's having discussions with, I believe it's Major League Baseball, about potentially getting an expansion or relocation team. We know that there's a couple of, with the Athletics and Tampa Bay Rays, that there is a couple of teams that have got arena issues and stadium issues and uncertainty. So it's interesting to me that the NHL's finally got 32 stable franchises, and Arizona was stable until Maruello got full control of the team and ballsed it up. But the NHL allowed that because they were the ones who agreed to have him come in as an owner, and then the arena issue blew up in their face. Had Arizona sorted out that arena issue, we still would have 32 stable franchises, just one franchise would be in a different location. But the NHL's got stability. I can't see any team being relocated anytime. And they've stated to the state of Arizona and ownership groups in Phoenix that there's a 5-year window where they will come back again, and the next round of expansion, Arizona is going to be on the list. So if Houston gets into the conversation, that means you're going to have two teams coming at the same time. But that'd be two Western teams. That then really makes the conferences and divisions all lopsided. And so potentially you could have a 4-team expansion if Atlanta has also got very keen ownership groups, but they haven't got an arena. So there's a lot to think about there. RTS playing for Samoa right now. That doesn't mean Tuivasa-Sheck won't switch back to New Zealand if given the chance. Would it be great for International Rugby League? Kalen Ponga playing the halves. Kalen Ponga, they tried him in the halves at Newcastle. It didn't work. It was a disastrous experiment. It actually made the team worse, and he kept getting concussed and knocked out because he can't defend in the line. Partly because he gets targeted defensively. Eligibility rules need looking at. Jamie Carragher's son plays for Malta. I think that's because his mum's Maltese, or he was born there on holiday or something, or a grandparent. So that's not if it's within the current rules, I can't see why we're complaining about it. I seem to remember a certain Aaron Birchall of Port Vale fame played at the 2006 World Cup for Trinidad and Tobago because he was born in Trinidad and Tobago, not to Trinidadian parents because he was very white and very, very, very black country, Midlander, but his parents were on holiday out there at the time. I think he was slightly premature. He wasn't premature birth, and he ended up playing for Trinidad and Tobago, and the locals loved him for it, and he was a great international for Trinidad and Tobago, ironically. Because that was the country of his birth on his birth certificate. So he was eligible under the international eligibility rules. Country of birth. You can represent your country of birth. And now that means because he's represented Trinidad and Tobago, his kids and grandkids can also represent under the grandparent rule, which I find very, very interesting. What do I think of Ovechkin basically breaking Gretzky's goal record and what that means for the sport? It's taken Ovechkin longer to get to that point, but goals per game average is not what it was in the 70s into the early 90s. And when Ovechkin comes into the league, goals per game had dropped significantly. We've had, since Ovechkin's come into the league, there was one season he had no play because of a lockout. There was another season shortened because of a lockout, and 2 COVID disrupted seasons that were shortened. So he's had more disruption in his career than Gretzky. And the average goals per game is significantly less now than in the 80s, when Gretzky's at his peak. In saying that, imagine if Ovechkin was playing in the 80s and 90s in the same era. This is where comparing eras is flawed because the style of play, rule changes, equipment changes as well. Remember, back then they had wooden sticks. Now they got composites. Goalie equipment's better. Goaltenders are generally bigger. Generally, you still get some goalies under 6 foot. That's the rarity rather than the rule. Goaltenders now are 6'5" average. Back in the 80s, they were 5'10" average height. So that completely changes that argument in a sense. But at the same time, the fact he's scoring at the rate he is in his late 30s, because Ovechkin's about 4 or 5 years older than me. He's nearly 40. I'm 35, so Ovechkin's a few years older than me. The rate he's scoring at now is ridiculous. We have not seen this. I think even Gordie Howe at the same age was not scoring at the same rate or points per game average. Last year, people thought Ovechkin was done because he was struggling, but the team was struggling. This year, the team's playing well. He's playing well, and you can see the result of that with how the team is performing. They're trying to go for another President's Trophy. It's between them and the Jets for the President's Trophy. Both sides would have to just stop playing for the last month. I can't see either side easing up at this point. They want to put a marker down in the regular season. I think he could potentially do it this season. I really do. I think there's enough games left where Ovechkin could get a couple of hat tricks and the record goes. What it means for the sport, Gretzky doesn't hold all the records. That's what's interesting. Gretzky does not hold all the records in the NHL for non-goaltenders. And people tend to think that Gretzky holds all these records. He doesn't hold all of them. And you've got to remember that. He doesn't have the Iron Man streak. I don't think he has the appearance streak. or most appearances. I don't think he even has the most playoff games played. I think there's other players who played more in the playoffs than he has. He doesn't have the most Stanley Cups, which a lot of people are surprised about. Marc Messier's got one more Stanley Cup than him, so make of that what you will. No, 2 more Stanley Cups. Gretzky only won 4, Messier won 6. So there's that. And Messier on his own is a ridiculous player. Messier doesn't even have the most Stanley Cups. So let that sink in. Also, the way the playoffs and the regular season works out is different as well. It's an interesting one. It's an interesting. I think records are there to be broken. Now, whether another player comes along who is active or yet to be drafted and then beats what Ovechkin's going to do, time will tell. I think there's only a handful of players who are young enough with enough years ahead of them in their career, should they stay fully fit, who potentially have the opportunity, should they play well enough and consistent enough, to potentially get close. But a lot of factors have to come into play, and they have to have some ridiculous seasons of consistency. It's an interesting one. I think it's good that records get broken, but the points record's safe. That's not going to get broken. Points record safe. The game's got so much faster and so much more physical than what it was before that players miss a lot more games through injury now. And they're getting tougher with suspensions for foul play as well. So when it comes to it, Gretzky has the advantage in being points per game. But Crosby's about to equal that record for points, an average of a point per game for 20 straight seasons. So Crosby and Ovechkin are going to equal some of Gretzky's records. And then you have to say, if they played in Gretzky's era, and if, especially in Crosby's case, he was fully fit the entire time, yeah. So when people say Gretzky's the great one, or the greatest of all time, that is very subjective, because the last 7-8 years of his career, he was not a great player. He really was very average the last 5-6 years of his career. He was, well, not at his best. Didn't play particularly well. And I think Gretzky's lucky that he holds all these records, because Mario Lemieux retired twice and had a lot of health issues. Because I think Mario Lemieux would have smashed a lot of Gretzky's records on a personal level. Where do I think British ice hockey will expand next? That's an interesting one. Money is going to be the deciding factor. Money and a potential better media rights deal that is required. Fan numbers are there. The fan base is there. The problem is money. That's my answer to that question. Where's the money going to come from? The facilities, what the next generation looks like, because money's tight. And while the fans turn up for the Elite League and the National League, and they buy their tickets and they buy their merchandise and they go to games and they engage on social media, it's the money aspect of things, because ice hockey is a very expensive sport to run, and equipment's expensive, and ice time's expensive, and it's difficult, because in order to become a decent ice hockey player, you've got to start skating from like the age of 3. And ice skating lessons are expensive. Equipment's expensive. It's not an easy sport to fund as a parent, because you've got to spend a lot of money, and your kid's got to be dedicated, and you've got to sacrifice a lot. And if that kid, has an illness, or you move house, or you change school, or whatever it is, and it impacts that, make of that what you will. Will there be another Four Nations NHL? Yes, there will be. The NHL said that. Next year's the Winter Olympics, and they're going to basically repeat it again. The next All-Star game won't be for another couple of years, Could this be the end of the All-Star format as it currently stands? Could the Four Nations become a more regular thing in between Winter Olympics? So there's that. Hello, yeah. Well, I didn't watch the England game on Friday night. I was catching up with the NRL games on Friday, and then I sort of did a thing called going to bed because I wasn't feeling particularly 100% Friday. I was feeling a bit rough for about a week or so. There's a bit of a virus going around the day job and the workplace. But I did raise some eyebrows with a lot of other people with some of the selections like Kyle Walker and Henderson getting call-ups. I mean, that's like going back to your ex-girlfriend expecting a different result when she's cheated on you twice. Like Kyle Walker tends to cheat a lot on his wives, girlfriends. I was a bit surprised with some of those selections, but it was from the match report I read, it was workmanlike. They got the job done. It was his first international. We'd only spent 3 days with the squad. Potentially why he called up Walker and Henderson, just that experience around the squad for these younger players in their first England camp. But I don't understand Kyle Walker. He's been dreadful all season, and while he's still a Man City player, he's been loaned out because he actually was a negative in the dressing room. So I don't understand Kyle Walker. You can't expect Kyle Walker to stick to his man if he can't stick to his wife. I'm sorry. That's the joke from last summer, but he was dreadful at the Euros last year. Honestly, he was. Defensively, he was shocking. Although Kyle Walker, my views on Kyle Walker defensively, he's been defensively shocking for years. He's just very good at running up and down the line, but he can't man mark and he can't track a player off the ball. How Man City have won all these trophies is beyond me because defensively, I think they are quite honestly a shambles. And Kyle Walker's got no pace left in him. Henderson, his legs were shot several years ago, and he struggled since leaving Liverpool. His race is run as well. Do you think it could become a Six Nations face-off when Russia's allowed back into international sports? It's whether there's enough players in the NHL to fill out another roster. Because US and Canada, yes, you could fill out multiple rosters with them. Sweden and Finland, I think you could fill out a couple of rosters. It's whether there's enough eligible players internationally within the NHL to fill out a competitive roster for that fifth team. We know there's enough Russians in the league to at least get a pretty decent Russian side out, but a Czech or a Slovak side or another European kind of team, is there enough talent in the league to fill out a competitive roster that can compete? This is where I like the World Championships because the NHL, put it this way, they're hinting at a World Cup of hockey. They're hinting at doing other things in the next few years of an international nature. But we have the World Championships every May, and we still get to see not only NHL talent, but talent from the other leagues around the world compete for their nations. And I think there's a lot of players that would have happily put their hand up and said, I'll represent Sweden or Finland or the Czech Republic or Slovakia or US and Canada who aren't NHL players, who've been denied that right because they're not NHL players. This is the NHL trying to make money and sort of prepare the league for the Olympics as a dummy run. It's a money grab. It was entertaining, don't get me wrong, because of the current political situation between the US and Canada. It was very, very entertaining. But at the same time, the NHL is in a bit of a corner here because the NHLPA managed to get a concession with the players who are going to go to the Olympics. They were meant to play in Beijing a couple of years ago. The COVID restrictions in China meant that was just not feasible. And the right decision was come to in regards to not letting the players play. So the players have basically got this agreement from the NHL that they're going to go to the Olympics or be eligible to play at the Olympics. And so this is seen as a bit of a dummy run of a practice when the league shuts down and the international teams go over to the Olympics. The players play for their nations, and the league shuts down for a couple of weeks. And I think, that's what we get. When do I think Russia's going to be allowed back? Well, it's Russia and Belarus that are the nations that are currently out in the cold in regards to international sport. I don't know. The IIHF had an emergency general meeting a couple of months ago, I think a month or so ago, to discuss the potential of allowing Russia back. In the end, they decided to keep the status quo for another 12 months, which means Ovechkin and Malkin and Shesterkin and others, Panarin, for example, won't be at the Winter Olympics next year. There's just not enough time because it comes under the wrong international calendar. So at least another 2 years, maybe longer, as a minimum with ice hockey. With other sports, I don't know. Other sports have to decide in regards to international calendars because some of them go like European football 2024, 2025. Some international calendars go from 1st January to 31st December. So it depends on the international governing body of respective sports to go, right, we're going to let this nation back in. So it'll be a couple of years at least minimum. There are enough Russians and enough Czechs, but if they're in the right positions. Again, it's also whether it would be feasible to do it and what the NHL looks like next time they have a Four Nations organised, because from the sounds of it, expansion is going to happen sooner rather than later and within 5 years. So we could see more European players come over, which would then mean an expanded draft, more AHL and ECHL affiliates being set up to accommodate the extra players. So the draft's going to be bigger, that kind of thing. So we shall see. A World Cup of Ice Hockey, similar to football and rugby union, rugby league, we have the World Championships every year. That's the equivalent. The NHL versions of a World Cup of Hockey have been mixed reviews because you don't get to see all the global talent. You only get to see the NHL talent. Now, the NHL is the best league in the world. We can all agree on that. But at the same time, and I do stress this, we don't get to see all the talent scattered around the world. We only get to see the NHL players. And so that limits... the World Cup of Hockey is more for the North American fan base. It's not for the global growth of the game, which is where the World Championships come in. But then a lot of North Americans don't take the World Championships seriously as fans because not all the NHL players are eligible to play in it because of the playoffs. And it's when you would organise a proper World Cup similar to the Football World Cup or the Rugby Union World Cup or Cricket World Cup. It's about when you would organise it, because the players deserve an off-season. The players deserve some time to rest and recuperate from a very arduous NHL or SHL or Elite League, whatever season, whatever league they play in. The players play a brutal sport. A lot of them not for a lot of money. I'm going to reiterate that. It's only in the NHL where you make the mega bucks. And so it's an interesting one. It really is. In order for a true World Cup of Hockey to be taken seriously, it has to be done in the off-season after the Stanley Cup is awarded, and you would have to do it in a similar vein to the Football World Cup, Rugby Union World Cup, the Rugby League World Cup, Cricket World Cup. But then at the same time, you've got to be very, very conscious of when you schedule this, because those other World Cups have command, should I say, a very big global audience. Rugby League, not so much, but the other ones command a very big global audience. And the time of year that they are played in is like June, July, potentially August, September, October. So there's a period where these tournaments are played, which is basically the ice hockey off season, the NHL off season. And to figure out what year to slot it in so it doesn't clash with another World Cup, FIFA World Cup would be the big one you want to avoid clashing with, for eyes on the product and how you market it. Considering it's a winter sport that is most likely going to be played in the Northern Hemisphere summer. It could benefit the sport, yes. There's no disagreement there. It's just when you play it, how you would organise it, how you would promote it, and how you would sort out host nations. Because let's be honest, you're going to need NHL-sized arenas, and there's very few nations outside of North America that have the facilities available, and the decent-sized facilities available in order to effectively host a tournament like an ice hockey World Cup. The World Championships, it works because it's a two-city kind of concept, and you have two groups of, I think, 8. So you have a limited number of teams, and it's done in a way where it doesn't run too long, if that makes sense. You have a decent number of teams, but not too many. It's a round robin group format. You can play back to back, so a team could play back to back days, a nation could play back to back days. So it's a very quick tournament to get through. It's just organising hotels, accommodation, but you only need a couple of arenas. You don't need to have massive amounts of arenas used for the tournament. So there is that logistically. It's just getting the promotion right, and trying to grow the global audience for a winter sport in summer is going to be very, very difficult. You've got to bear in mind a lot of hockey fans. I will use that term, not ice hockey, but hockey fans in the summer, they are probably themselves looking at having a break from the winter sports, enjoying the nice weather. And they may also be fans of other sports as well that are played in the summer. They actually might be a cricket fan, or in my case, I'm a massive NRL fan, so rugby league, which is now played in the summer or the Australian winter. And so they're going to be more focused on the other sports that they follow. And so that's very difficult when they've just dealt with 6 to 9 months of brutal, intense sport, plus a postseason, and they want a break. You can get sort of a sporting fatigue, if that makes sense. And I know, because the amount of sport I watch, I do get a bit fatigued, even watching major tournaments. I'm like, oh, great, I've got another match to watch. I get a bit of fatigue as well. I was kind of glad between October and March I had no rugby league to watch apart from the end of season internationals. I was so thankful that I had 4.5, 5 months of no rugby league. It was nice. It was nice having a winter between November and the end of February of no rugby league. It was really kind of, oh, thank God for that, because it was such an intense season. And already we're a month into the season. We're a month in already, and as of next weekend. And so that's crazy. We're a month into the season already, and that's that is what it is. Why not a 16 or 24 team World Cup every 4 years? Like I say, that we have the World Championships, and the IIHF would have to be involved in part organising it. And do you play with NHL rules, or do you play by IIHF rules or Olympic rules? Because all three of them have different rule variations. The NHL allows fighting. The Olympics and the IIHF, well, the IIHF fighting can happen, but you're more likely to get ejected and banned. Now, the domestic leagues do actually allow a bit of biff. You're less likely to get fighting in the European leagues, apart from the UK, but it happens. and they play under their own domestic league rules that are sort of similar to the IIHF, sort of similar to the NHL. This is the problem with ice hockey. There's no universal rule set for every league because the NHL has a different size ice surface to the IIHF, which is IIHF Olympic IOC ice surface size is different to the NHL. There's more space on a IIHF standardized rink. The NHL rinks are slightly narrower. I think slightly shorter. We're talking not a lot, but enough to make a difference to the style of play. Which is why some European players, when they come over to the NHL, that first season, 2 seasons, they sometimes struggle to adjust to less space. There's no standardized rule set. There are rule variations. Some rules are used in the NHL that aren't used in the IIHF, that aren't used in the European leagues, that aren't used in the Olympics. So there's different interpretations of the rules. And so that's another problem that needs to be resolved if you were to have a true World Cup, how the qualification process would work. Because unfortunately, the drop-off you have from the elite World Championship level that we're going to see in May, and then that second tier, which isn't terrible, I'm going to stress that it's not terrible, the second tier, because some of those nations have played at the top tier and been quite competitive, but it's a rapid drop-off. It really is. There's only a handful of nations that realistically are going to compete for a World Cup. Look at the World Championships, look at the teams that medal in the World Championships, look at the teams that make the latter stages of a World Championships. You can see the drop-off is there, and there are only a handful of nations that really can compete internationally. And there's a reason for that. Only 3 nations globally have ice hockey as the national sport. That's Finland, Latvia, and Canada, where that is the sport most participated in at a professional level. And so that's part of the problem, even though it's in Europe, it's the second most popular sport in Europe after football. The drop-off is too pronounced for the World Cup, I think, to be truly competitive. At some point, some of the lesser nations, given more investment, more support, and growing interest, will improve. But as I say, it's a Winter Olympic Northern Hemisphere sport, so it can't be classed as a truly global sport, even though nations in South America and Australia and New Zealand do play it. It's more of a European, North American sport on an international level of a decent standard. So that again, I suppose limits this is why we have the World Championship grading, where we've got the World Championships and then Group A, Group B, Group C, and the divisions. So you're sort of playing against similar level of opposition, and then you earn the right to get promoted up or relegated down, and then you can sort of challenge yourself to get better or stay consistent and improve. You say so. It's sort of like the football league system. And so that's why the World Championships is every year and how it works. And it works quite well, to be fair. But no, there isn't. It's this, but it's the same with rugby league. The Super League and the RFL over here in the UK and to a certain extent France has a different interpretation of the rules to the NRL. And then the IRL, who organise World Cups, have a different interpretation of the rules to the NRL and the RFL. So rugby league has the same problem with a non-unified rulebook because there are rule variations. It was only recently that State of Origin and International Rugby League stopped and banned fighting from the game with suspensions should you strike an opponent. You would get sin-binned and or sent off, and then you would get a suspension for striking an opponent. I believe they're being sold. That's what I was... let me have a look at what's happening with Reading. The situation with Reading's a mess and has been, unfortunately, for some time. Let's have a look. but they've been given basically till the end of the season. Otherwise, they could be thrown out of the league. Um, but let's have a look. Let's have a look what's happening on the news. The thing is, they haven't been playing bad. I mean, this is the problem. They're with all the issues. Ironically, they're not terrible. They're not outside of. They are just outside the playoffs. But so this is the problem. This is going to have knock-on implications. This is very similar to Berry's situation back in 2019, and he's been disqualified. And he's been told to sell the club by the 4th of April. So he's been told he's not fit and proper to be a football club owner. But then why was he allowed to be a football club owner in the first place? How did he pass the fit and proper persons test, the director's test in the first place? There has to be questions asked of the Football League. There has to be questions asked of the whole ownership of Reading Football Club since John Wojcicki sold the club initially. This has been, it's the 4th of April. Not the 4th of May. It's the 4th of April. I've got the statement in front of me. Let's see what the EFL states. So Dai Young has been disqualified and told to sell Reading by April. He's been given till the 4th of April, so he's got 2 weeks to sell the club. He was disqualified under the owners and the fit and proper persons test, the owners and directors test. The date imposed. Emerged after that there was a hearing in London on Friday, and he's in a battle with the ex-Wycombe Wanderers owner, who's now owner of the training ground. He has to sell. But this is the thing is they're just outside the playoffs. But if they go belly up, I mean that's going to really hurt the local economy in Reading as well. I don't live far from the training ground, which is only just down the road from where I live, and the stadium. So in that regard, I think it would be. I work with a lot of Reading fans as well. It would be devastating for the community. There's a lot of frustration. A lot of the blame has to lie with the EFL, and clearly the director's test, the fit and proper persons test, is not fit for purpose. And I've been saying this for years. I've been saying it for years that it seems you could be a convicted felon and you can buy a football club and be deemed fit to own a football club. If Reading do go under, the rest of the EFL clubs just leave the Football League because, right. Well, the EFL have failed a lot of clubs over the years. And Berry's the most recent example in the Football League. Macclesfield were relegated out of the Football League and then went bust in an off-season, but Berry failed to start the season after getting promotion the season before. So I'm seeing a lot of the Berry situation, but for different reasons. We're going to have to keep an eye on this over the next 2 weeks. But this should never have got to this situation. And we're seeing this far too often where bad ownership is allowed bad actors in it and are allowed to. What was it? The guy who wants to bring the NHL to Houston owns AS Roma and Everton as a majority shareholder. Surely that's a conflict of interest. This is where I have issue with the Man City ownership group owning multiple football clubs around the world. This is where I have issue with Ineos having a controlling stake in Nice in France and a minority stake in Manchester United. I have concerns about conflicts of interest, because what happens if Nice and Manchester United, hypothetically, because Man United aren't qualifying for Europe this season, or I don't think for a while, but hypothetically, what happens if Nice and Manchester United were both qualified for a Conference League, Europa League, or Champions League? What happens when they meet each other in a knockout game? That's a conflict of interest, because Ineos is involved in the ownership. I think he also owns a Swiss club as well, Sir Jim Ratcliffe. The guy who owns Everton also owns AS Roma. What happens then if they both qualify for Europe, hypothetically, because they're both top flight clubs, and they meet in a European competition? That's got to be a conflict of interest, surely not. The Club World Cup, what happens if part of the City group of clubs, they're both in? Again, that's got to be a conflict. That has to be. That has to be. So I have my this is where I think we need to seriously look at the ownership rules that are in place. And oh yeah, I mean, RB Leipzig and RB Salzburg. I mean, fans in Germany and in Austria don't like those clubs for a variety of reasons, and I will get to the reasons why in more football club histories from the end of the season onwards, because I've got to look at some of the Austrian clubs, and there is a lot of hatred to RB Salzburg. There's a lot of hatred in Germany for RB Leipzig. They're not overly and fondly well liked, I think is a good way to look at it there. There is a definite dislike of the Red Bull group, and there has been for some time, in the way that they just run rough, because they've got a minority stake in Leeds United as well. And hypothetically, if Leeds, who look very likely to get promoted from the Championship to the Premier League, let's say Leeds next season do what Newcastle done and win the FA Cup or League Cup, just hypothetically, or by league position alone, they were a really good season, finished in a European spot. What happens then if they're drawn against RB Salzburg or RB Leipzig? It's the hypothetical conflict of interest, and this is where questions do have. What was if it ends up being like a crucial knockout game or even a final? Again, it's all hypothetical, because the way European football works, we're not allowed to have upstarts making European finals. It's just not allowed. It's got to be Real Madrid almost every year. Have got to make a European final, because otherwise they'll have a Super League and they'll cry and whatever. But no, jokes aside, and even with Real Madrid and Barcelona and all their sleaze, the conflict of interest is there, because you can see that, let's say an ownership group has. Okay, we'll use the Red Bull example, because there are multiple teams under the Red Bull umbrella. Let's say Salzburg and Leipzig meet in the Europa Conference League or Europa League final, because that's most likely if it was going to happen. You have a fairy tale run by both sides, and they're both in a European final. Let's say they meet in a final, and the ownership group goes, right, got a problem here. We start off in Austria, so we're going to be favouring Salzburg. We'll favour our first team that we bought. So Leipzig, you've got to lose this game. You've got to lose the game, because the original team, they've got to win. They've got to win. And you put pressure on the other team in the ownership group, that's owned by the same people, to lose, or give whatever a favour. You see what I'm getting at here? It wouldn't be fair competition, because you could already predetermine the result to favour the senior team in the ownership group. Conflict of interest, it should be banned. But football has proven time and time again it doesn't care where the money comes from until it's too late and it becomes obvious that, we've made a mistake here. The wrong ownership group now owns a club. Well, we can't have that. Although Dai Young should never own a football club, because his track record is shocking. Well, Macclesfield, this is what I think is important, is clubs like Macclesfield are recovering from basically going bust. Bury are recovering from going bust. Chester recovering from going bust. Even Gretna up in Scotland have reformed and have risen from the ashes and are taking their time. But this is the thing. Unfortunately, for such a long time, and I'm being deadly serious here, bad ownership or bad commercial arrangements with leagues as broadcasters and sponsors. Like I did a video a couple of years ago on the collapse of ITV Digital, and there was a comment placed a couple of days ago about how the viewer was interested in the video because he was researching a Division 2 club or Division 1 club at the time, and their history in the 2000s and how ITV Digital impacted that club. I don't know what club it is, but I have a rough feeling it could be like a Barnsley or someone like that, who are still feeling the effects, I believe. And the collapse of ITV Digital did cause problems, like the collapse of Setanta in Scotland. Well, for Scottish football, but Setanta with Rangers and Gretna and other clubs in Scotland having money problems. And so we've seen this time and time again where British ice hockey, they lost the TV rights and they lost the title sponsor to the league, and so the league were like, we run out of money in the 2000s. Ineos, I think Ineos has some interests in F1 as a sponsor. I know they've got interests in cycling. I think Ineos have got a lot of sponsorships in regards. They may not own teams, but they got sponsorships of a variety of sports other than football. It's interesting with Ineos. I might be wrong, but the reason Red Bull got away with it is because they have no longer a majority share of Salzburg. I think there was I think there's also an Austrian rule in their football league which prevents that from happening as well. Dom, good old buddy Dom. How you doing, Dom? Good to see you. I haven't heard from. Dom, it's good to hear from you. I am grinding away, Dom. It's getting there. The channel's going, I suppose. How are you keeping? It's been a long time since we've seen each other. I hope you're keeping well. Yeah, the channel's been grinding away, mate. I've been doing this now too long. April 21st, it's been 8 years. So we're grinding away, and it's mad to think that 8 years ago, in a month's time, we started on this journey to where we are now. It's mad. It seems like yesterday, but it's mad. Real Madrid A team playing the B team. I mean, that just sums up the issues in Spanish football and the fact that was allowed to happen. This is the problem. The football sport in general is littered with conflicts of interest. It is, and there has to come a point where you're going, that's not right. There has to come a point where you have to raise the eyebrow and go, seriously, that game was allowed to go ahead, or this competition was allowed to go ahead, even with the conflicts of interest as aforementioned. Sports governance, and I've said this for a very long time, for the most part, is really poor. And not everyone will agree with my opinion. Not everyone's going to agree with my viewpoint on a lot of things. And I've seen that, looking at my studio analytics today, not everyone agrees with my views on a lot of things. And, not everyone disagrees either. This is the point of having the open debate. We can definitely discuss the pros and cons of a variety of things. But I would say this sports governance is notoriously very weak and very poor. And there's regularly conflicts of interest where you have to raise an eyebrow going, why is that individual now in a position of governance or authority? Why is this person being put in that position? Why is that person or group of individuals allowed to, be involved within a sport, or within an ownership group, etc., etc. And we saw, and this is where I go back and use the NRL as an example, and I'll use the example of Todd Greenberg. And the reason why I use the example of Todd Greenberg is he was involved with the Canterbury Bulldogs. I believe he was the CEO of the Canterbury Bulldogs. He then ends up taking over from, I think it was Nick Gallop. I think he takes over as head of the NRL. And it's a very troublesome period for the NRL when he's in charge. Very troublesome. There's a lot of scandal. And when he gets put in, when he takes over in 2016, the first thing that happens is the Parramatta salary cap scandal. This is coming on the back of the Melbourne Storm salary cap scandal and the peptide scandal. So he's already come into a governance position as the main boss of the sport at a time when there's already scandal around the sport. A lot of scandal, a lot of negative headlines, and within a couple of months, he's got to literally deal with the Parramatta situation. Now, bearing in mind, he was the CEO of a rival club to Parramatta months before. So already you're thinking, is he going to have a bias against this club when it comes to dishing out punishment and investigation? How transparent is that going to be? And ultimately, other club board members and CEOs and directors lost faith in him as time went on. So we go from 2016, 2017, and then we famously get the 2017, 2018 off season, all the scandal there. There's the Manly Sea Eagles salary cap breach in there as well, which was less serious than the Parramatta breach, but was still serious enough that I did a video on it. And then the Daly Cherry Evans contract's part of that potential salary cap breach. And we have all the scandal in the off season of 2017, 2018. And of course, Ben Barber, Greg English, Jack DeBellin, to name but a few. And then we get into 2019, and there's still a lot of player scandal in the off season. The Dylan Napa situations in this time frame as well. The Big Pappy tapes. God, they're cringe. There's the Katoni Staggs tape. There's a lot going on, and then we get into the COVID shutdown, and it's very, very clear very, very quickly before we get into 2020 that it looks very likely that the game as a whole has lost faith in Todd Greenberg. Now, he did a lot of good things behind the scenes that don't get discussed enough, but there was enough negativity around the sport and around the league at the time that the headlines were becoming damaging. And the perception was that he was a weak CEO of the game. And not only that, because the reputational damage was being done with, drug scandals, sex scandals, players getting up to no good, club executives getting up to no good, just a lot of negativity, clubs fiddling the books. Those within the game had lost a lot of faith in his ability to solve a lot of the problems. COVID comes around, he gets a stay of execution, but during the lockdown, before the return to play 5 years ago, he's gone. Now, we can agree to disagree about how Andrew Abdo is NRL CEO and Peter V'landys, the ARL commissioner, are running the game. But I do feel that part of the problem with Todd Greenberg being the guy was he'd come from a club, in this case, the Canterbury Bulldogs, and he had been sort of wormed his way up the greasy pole to run the game. Whereas Andrew Abdo and Peter V'landys have come from outside the game into the game, and so therefore they're coming at it from a different point of view in regards to the NRL. So that's I think where I use an example of governance and then that lack of faith and concerns that things weren't being run well, governance was poor. Is the game being run any better now? I think there's a bit more certainty and a bit more aggressiveness in running the game in potentially a good way. Things are getting done, and we can see there's definitely a bit more of a plan for the sport, for example, because there is a bit of a direction. How long until the City Group and Red Bull have a team in every confederation? They're only missing teams in the AFC and OFC. I can see them establishing teams in Japan and New Zealand. The City Group have teams in Oceania, and I believe they have teams in Asia as well. Red Bull, I don't know, is the answer to that one. I think the City Group does. I think Africa is the only one the City Group doesn't. Red Bull, I don't think Red Bull has a big enough share in regards to the soft drinks market in Australia and New Zealand for them to make much money. I just don't think they've got a big enough market share. I think Monster, I think, is got a bigger market. But even so, I think we're starting to see pushback, and with what's happening with the City Group with the charges, they may be forced to divest. They may be forced to sell their stakes in other clubs. They may be forced to break up the City Group. And I watched a I think it was a Four Corners investigation on team ownership in football, and where the money's coming from and who owns what, and is it good for domestic football? And the City Group was one of the examples used, and it's about how they've bought clubs all over the world and who owns what, and is it good for the sport in general, and is it good for the sport in Australia, for example, and is that a conflict of interest owning multiple football clubs? Does that mean that they can just get around transfer rules and basically do player swaps and fiddle the books and not play by the rules? And the answer is yes. I think Red Bull and the City Group, I think they're going to be forced to divest and sell off stakes in clubs, and I think they're going to be. I think that's going to be an outcome. But I can see the various confederations bringing in rules where you're only allowed to own as a majority shareholder one club, and then other clubs you might be allowed to have a minority stake, but you can't be in charge of football operations, for example, and you have to fully declare your stake and your funding involvement and a lot of other things. And this is where I think this is where not all the clubs right now are currently opening their books fully in regards to valuations, because I've been doing a bit of research on some of the clubs, and I have to admit I've done a lot of club histories, but I want to revisit some clubs, because what is very interesting for me is not all clubs publicly disclose their values, and their revenue streams, and how wealthy they actually are publicly. They might disclose to the various authorities privately, but a lot of them are very, very hush hush about the value of said entity, revenue streams, how profitable they are they used for tax write-offs, all a variety of things. And I just got a bit curious the other day, so I'm getting a bit used to using the Meta AI on Facebook Messenger. It's very interesting. So I typed in the value of AFC Bournemouth. I asked the question, and the answer it gave back was very interesting. So then I decided to actually have a look myself at the value and going on various things. And it's ironically, Sportico and Forbes are where they value things, and they give approximations of the Forbes list and Sportico and the Times Rich list, and these various wealth lists that come out yearly of the value of companies and the value of individuals, and you have the sporting values. And it struck me that some of these clubs that have got massive debts are still valued in the billions. I don't know how. And what I also find interesting is, the other day we obviously had Manchester United announce plans for their new stadium, and they said it's going to cost 2 billion. So it cost 2 billion, but we're £1 billion in debt. Can the government build it for us? That's basically what Manchester United are saying. Is we've got plans for a new stadium. We're already heavily indebted. We want someone else to pay for it for us. But by the way, the government's backing our plan because it means a residential and commercial and industrial developments in that area of Greater Manchester. But we're going to try and avoid paying a single penny for it. And that hasn't sat well with a lot of people. It hasn't, and rightly so. Jim Ratcliffe and the Glazers combined are worth stupid money. They can pay for that stadium. The problem is the ownership structure. So the Glazers have basically taken money out of the club, and Jim Radcliffe's come in. He's bought a quarter of the club. There's going to be an eventual full takeover. The Glazers can't offload what they've got for what they're asking for. Jim Radcliffe's proving to be more of a Ebenezer Scrooge than the Glazers, who are just profiteering. So that's basically it. And I have my views on their style of capitalism. Yeah, I, in my opinion, I don't know what to make of the Manchester United situation. Not that I'm a Manchester United fan. I want to make this very, very clear to any new viewers. I've got no love lost for the Red Devils. But what's happening at Manchester United could happen to any number of clubs, and I do mean that. Manchester Council will probably say yes, same reason why North American cities build their team stadiums to attract. You say that, but what we've seen lately is a lot of look at the Arizona Coyotes. The reason why they got the Coyotes get moved to Salt Lake City is arena. They had a lease agreement with Glendale, which is part of the Phoenix metro area for the Gila River Arena, and they got behind on their rent payments. And then they said they're basically told you've got to find somewhere else to play. So they talked to the University of Arizona and get to use their Mullet Arena for a couple of years. And then the plan was we're going to buy some land, we're going to build this arena and entertainment district, we're going to fund it. But because they had basically lied on their application to the Glendale City Council and they managed to get public money out of them, they burnt the bridges with local politicians, they burnt the bridges with local council aldermen and the public, and they lost the public trust, and they ended up not being able to build their arena. The same nearly happened in Calgary. We're seeing this now in Chicago with the White Sox. We're seeing it potentially in Kansas City with I believe it's the Chiefs. I forget who the baseball team is, but we're seeing it with the Chiefs in Kansas City. Tampa Bay, look at the Rays situation with Tropicana Field and the mess following the hurricane last year. Their future is very uncertain. Oakland with the Athletics, with the Coliseum, and now we don't know if they're going to go to Vegas, if they're going to end up in Sacramento, if the Oakland A's are going to exist as a franchise long term. And so when we're talking about get the taxpayer to pay for it, no, that doesn't fly necessarily. Not a big enough market. It's the biggest. It's the fastest growing metro area in the western half of the US. It's nearly a bigger metro as LA. 6 million people live in Phoenix. Not a valid argument. I'm sorry. It's a massive metro. It wasn't for lack of fans. It was bad ownership and arena issues that cost the Coyotes. I'm going to stress that now. It was the same in Atlanta. Atlanta and Phoenix would have worked with the right ownership and the right arena situation. The metro population in Phoenix is massive and growing. It is not a small market, and the NHL has to take some responsibility for the failure. It's the same in Atlanta. The NHL has to take some responsibility for the failure because they allowed ownership groups to come in. This is what needs to be remembered. The NHL chose Alex Maruello to be that. They accepted him being the last owner of the Coyotes. He came along and said, "I've got money," and they went, "Okay." So the NHL Board of Governors and Gary Bettman have to take some responsibility. Also, the NHL relocates the original Winnipeg Jets there in 1996. Fans turned up to games. Young kids are playing ice hockey in Arizona because of the last 25 years of the Coyotes being in Arizona. So participation has gone up. You don't get Austin Matthews without the Coyotes being there. So I completely disagree with that, because this is a narrative that has been spun by aspects of the traditional market media, of the traditional markets in the border region of the US, the Eastern Seaboard, and Canada, saying it won't work in the South. It doesn't work in the Southern US. Then explain 3 Stanley Cups in Tampa, a Stanley Cup in Florida, a Stanley Cup in Carolina, a Stanley Cup in Anaheim, a Stanley Cup final in San Jose, Stanley Cup final in Nashville. Explain to me how it doesn't work in the Southern US if these teams not only have good attendances but are successful. Please explain. So the reason why it fails in Atlanta and the reason why it fails in Phoenix is a lack of a building and bad ownership. Fans were turning up. This is the thing. Fans were turning up. It was bad ownership, building issues. And the NHL has to take some responsibility because they signed off an expansion in Atlanta in 1999. They signed off on that. They want to go back a third time. And the reason why the NHL persisted, and I do mean persisted in Arizona for as long as they did, was the metro area. What you find in the US, and I do mean this quite seriously, is snowbirds, where people from the northern US and Canada move south because they've just had enough of the weather. And some of these areas, like Arizona, Georgia, and Florida, ironically, some of these areas in the southern US are cheaper on taxes, cheaper on house prices, cost of living in general, fuel prices, etc., etc. And so that is attractive for someone to relocate. If it's cheaper to buy property, run a business, more take-home pay after tax, your shopping basket when you go to Walmart, for example, is cheaper. You're going to relocate. If you can relocate, you will. And places like Arizona, places like Florida, places like Atlanta and Georgia, they are cheaper to live in than right in the northeastern US, like New York and Boston and Baltimore. It is cheaper to live in the southwest or the southeast in certain areas than in the northeast or the border areas. It is cheaper. Energy is cheaper. There's more space. There's more land. Property prices are cheaper. Your dollar goes further when you are buying stuff. So you get the snowbirds. This is a fact. You get the snowbirds. And Arizona, Tucson, and Phoenix, the Valley of the Sun metro, as it's known, it's 2 metros in one, really, is growing rapidly. And the Cardinals are just as bad as the Coyotes were. Fact. And there's been issues over the Cardinals Stadium as well in the University of Arizona. There's some dodginess there. But people said it wouldn't work in Las Vegas, not a hockey city. I think it's working. But then you could argue that it's not working in Buffalo, and that's a traditional market. And again, it comes down to team performance helps as well. ownership and arenas. And Minnesota, the North Stars, not the most successful team, but they made Stanley Cup finals. The state of hockey, they relocated the Minnesota North Stars to Dallas. And hockey works in Texas. You look at the amount of junior and community hockey rinks and teams and participation in these locations in the South, it is working. And this is what people don't see. They look at the performances in the league, in the NHL, the AHL, the ECHL, depending where your professional hockey team is in North America. They look at performances in the league. They look at playoffs, and, Stanley Cup finals, or Calder. Is it Calder Cup? I can't remember what the AHL trophy is and all the ECHL, but they look at who makes the playoffs, who wins the final. And they think that's the true metric of pure success. But what you don't see is grassroots growth of amateur players, beer league players, youth leagues, participation, local rinks being set up, facilities, and that legacy, which may take a generation or two to filter through. It's the same in any sport. And as I say, without the Coyotes, you don't get Austin Matthews. And there's a very famous photo of Austin Matthews with his dad at a game where a press photographer's taking a photo. I believe it's of Jeremy Roenick or one of the Coyotes in the old Kachina in the late 90s, early 2000s. And you can see a very young Austin Matthews with his dad right against the glass as, I think is it Kachuk? It's a famous NHLer. And I think if it is Kachuk, his son's playing now. And it's, again, very famous photo of a young Austin Matthews at a game in the early 2000s with his dad. And I think it's Jeremy Roenick or Keith Kachuk skating past in the old Kachina, CCM Kachina. And there's a photo, and they've worked out it's Austin Matthews. So as I say, without the Arizona Coyotes, you don't get Austin Matthews. This is a failure on the league and ownership. Not on the fans, not turning up. League and ownership. And we've seen this in Atlanta. And I think this is where hockey fans will go, we've been here before, it doesn't work. Because they've seen the failures that the league has caused. We see this in the NRL right now. The situation with the NRL and expansion and whether they'll go to Central Coast next or Perth or another team in New Zealand is they've been to Perth before and it failed before because the New South Wales Rugby League at the time during the Super League War got the Perth expansion wrong. Same with Adelaide. They screwed up with the Gold Coast Lead Heads, Gold Coast Crushers. And this is where this puts that idea in people's heads that, it doesn't work in this location for whatever reason. When in reality, it will. What happens is when you've got bad administration and as part of the problem and the wrong people in the investment side and the ownership side, and there's no long-term planning for 5, 6, 10 years down the road, 25 years down the road for that legacy to be felt where you get the juniors coming through, you get the grassroots amateur clubs set up. Yeah, this is the thing. This is where the NRL, the New South Wales or the Australian Rugby League at the time screwed up with Perth and Adelaide is they were paying for the away team's travel, which they could not afford. Now, the economics has changed with the amount of money and the value of the TV deal. This has changed the whole argument that we had 25, 30 years ago. And this is where the debate changes and the argument changes and the economics have changed. That was stupid at the time. It would still be stupid now. And this is where, the league, the reason why the Perth expansion has sort of stalled is the Western Australian government has to be involved in allocating funds for stadium development and backing with investment, and they're going through a state election for the regional state parliament. And so we know we're going to PNG in 2028. We know that's happening in 2 years' time. And there's concerns over the PNG expansion about how they're going to have an unfair advantage because the new Papua New Guinea government saying players who go there will be tax exempt. They won't have to pay taxes, so their salaries will go further when it comes to the salary cap. And so that's going to be an unfair advantage to the PNG team. They're going to have a stacked team, basically. Free agents are going to sign with the PNG, whatever they're going to be called, for money reasons. They're going to have a stacked team. They're going to have an advantage over the teams in New South Wales and Queensland and Melbourne and New Zealand because of that tax advantage. And so on theory, they're going to have a stacked team. In practice, they may not be very, very good, but the team might not gel. There could be a lot of clash of egos, getting the right coach in place. But in theory, the team could be stacked. Absolutely stacked. Now, Labour won the Western Australian election. I think it's all gone quiet because they're talking and sorting things out behind. I believe that we're going to get an announcement soon. I honestly, I don't know enough about the political situation at a state level in Australia to make comment on the Western Australian government and the Western Australian elections and the discussions taking place. Now, obviously, the NRL is fully aware that Perth is a city they want to they want to take the League Two. There is this internal battle in Australia between the AFL and the NRL. And they've obviously got the TV rights deal coming up that's going to be worth a lot of money. They want to expand. They've made it very, very clear that they want a 20-team league within a decade. They've made that clear. They've made it clear that their goal is 20 teams in the NRL and an expanded NRLW being potentially completely every player full-time and every team playing twice. So the NRL have been made it very, very clear that this is their goal within the next decade or so, is to grow the women's game and grow the league to a 20-team league. They've made that clear. And Perth would have to be a location. And they've also dropped a lot of hints that a team on the South Island of New Zealand has to be there. And I think the Central Coast and the Bears will be a reality. I think that's the locations we're going to end up in. Potentially another team in Victoria, let's say Geelong, as an example. I think that's less likely, but that's as an example. But they've made it very clear. The 18th team is going to be PNG. The 19th team is basically going to be Perth. And the 20th team will probably be the South Island of New Zealand. That's what I think is going to happen with what's coming out of the various bids to be part of the expansion process. There's been a lot of frustration, I think, with the 18th team being PNG and it being a political decision by the Australian government basically getting involved, saying, well, we can do this as a form of soft power political aid, whereby we're going to pay money to another country to have a sports team there because we're worried about China. That's what the Australian government have basically said as much, is we're going to use this as a vehicle of investment because we're worried about China basically getting too much influence in that part of the world. I think the NRL are trying to get something like $200 million out of the Western Australian government for the stadium upgrades and other infrastructure projects for juniors. There's something to do with government investment, either from the regional government and the state government or the federal government. But if the federal government are already committed to investing in PNG, then it would have to be on a state level. Western Australia has done quite well, even with COVID, compared to other states and territories in Australia financially, from what I can gather. They've got the mining money and the oil money and the gas money. So the resource extraction. Perth as a city is growing rapidly. So you're getting an influx of capital in, and then you're getting that tax revenue out from, income taxes and property taxes and vehicle taxes and company taxes. So it's a very interesting situation in WA, and I think Western Australia is the only state government working at a surplus, if I'm not mistaken. They weathered the lockdowns in Australia really, really well. And because commodity prices went up because of shortages, the Western Australian government made a lot of money on taxes on exports. So Western Australia has done quite well financially compared to New South Wales and Queensland and Victoria, which are basically buggered financially. So you could argue, yes, the Western Australian government's got money to spend, and stadium upgrades has been a big talking point for a few years now across Australia for sport. Like, who should pay for what? Because most of the stadiums are publicly owned. There's a lot of public ownership of facilities when it comes to sporting facilities in Australia. And we've seen the discussion about stadium upgrades and who should pay for what, like Leichhardt and Campbelltown for the West Tigers, considering the Penrith Stadium is having this massive upgrade done to it, which is why the Panthers are playing at CommBank. The Penrith Stadium, the Parramatta Stadium, as it is officially known, but CommBank for sponsorship reasons. The discussion over the last, I'm going to say 18 months, has been about, who pays for stadium upgrades in New South Wales. Obviously, recent years we've seen the replacement of 1800s, is it Smiles Stadium in Townsville with the Queensland Country Bank Stadium for the Cowboys, and that cost a fair bit of money. That wasn't cheap, but they had a surplus money at the time, and I believe that was government backed in Queensland. And we've seen, the rebuild of Parramatta Stadium in the last decade, which is now CommBank. We're now seeing the investment in Panthers Stadium. We've seen the upgrades to Shark Park, even though Shark Park could still use some work, but we've seen upgrades there. And at the time, Cronulla were the only team to actually own their facility. We've seen the West Tigers with their facility at Concord. And obviously Campbelltown and Leichhardt need upgrades. This is the issue. I think another aspect of the Perth bid is that Western Australian government could be playing hardball with the NRL over the North Sydney bit. Again, I don't know enough in regards to the Western Australian government's position and the politics of Australia as a whole to pass comment on any agreements or discussions that both the NRL and the AFL have had over the years over stadium financing and investment in regards to a lot of things. But the AFLs have the same issue with stadium upgrades as well. Marvel Stadium, for example, cost a lot of money. I think Docklands Stadium cost. The AFLs have the same issues to deal with in regards to stadium infrastructure and who pays for it for a long time. And a lot of these stadiums, as I say, are owned publicly. They're taxpayer owned in that sense, or taxpayer maintained. And so when we're discussing who pays for a stadium upgrade, the New South Wales government has pumped a lot of money into the Sydney Football Ground. They're pumping a lot of money into Penrith. They've pumped a lot of money into Parramatta. They're going to be pumping money for upgrades for Campbelltown and Leichhardt. Although there were times where Leichhardt didn't look like it was going to get any upgrades and was going to be just allowed to fall apart. Belmore's going to be an interesting one. There's been money pumped into Manly, Brookvale. Cronulla obviously paid and financed a lot of their own stadium, or they leveraged it, and the league got involved, the NRL got involved there. But as I say, a lot of the stadiums in Australia are publicly owned, and which is completely different to here in the UK. It's also different to over in the US and Canada when it comes to arenas and stadiums and who funds what, and is it good for the taxpayer? Do they make their money back when it's a publicly funded stadium over a privately funded stadium? Is it good for the local economy? A whole variety of things, and we've seen these discussions get very political, very toxic, and as we saw with the Arizona Coyotes with their arena issue, ultimately it meant the team weren't viable to stay. And it's I don't think I think well, whatever happens, I think having a team in Perth, it either needs to be a Perth standalone bid, with just a standalone Perth team, or you go with the Central Coast Bears. I don't think splitting it works. It just doesn't work for me. It's either going to be Perth standalone or Central Coast standalone. And with Central Coast, you've got a stadium right there that is more than capable of being an NRL venue, as proven during COVID and proven with the NRLW. There is a junior base there. The problem is the Roosters have that junior base. So I think, in my opinion, if you're going to have a Perth bid, it needs to be a Perth standalone bid. And maybe the Bears become their feeder team for catchment. Yes, selling out Belmore does look a lot better than a half empty Accor. Yes, but they just don't get the corporate money. They actually barely break even playing at Belmore, selling it out over a half empty Accor. It's because of the corporate box seats. Which then leads to the argument of upgrading Belmore and making Belmore a 25,000 seater stadium and upgrading it. But again, you're limited with the site because you've got the railway line and the housing developments around. So that limits where you can build an upgrade. And the Bulldogs have admitted that playing at Belmore potentially loses them money, or they make significantly less revenue than playing at a core stadium. Now, we can agree or disagree whether that's a good look for the game on live TV when you're playing in a half-empty stadium that can seat, 70, 80,000? But it's the corporate boxes in that middle tier. That's where a lot of the money's made, is attracting sponsors and corporate. Even though the atmosphere at Belmore was fantastic the other day, I think it looks better having each Sydney team play at their traditional home ground, but it just doesn't make money. And the NRL is heavily reliant on the TV deal for about 80% of revenues. 80%, something like that on the media deal, broadcast rights. And so a lot of the rest of the revenues come from ticket sales and corporate and third parties. Because merchandise is merchandise. Merchandise will always sell. You know that. Merchandise will always sell. But you are limited with what you can charge for entry at Belmore. and the corporate is a problem. And unless the New South Wales government and the club can figure out a funding model to improve the facilities at Belmore, they're going to be playing a lot of games, a lot more games at Accor. No, they're not going to be playing games at Combank because Penrith need that. And to protect the playing surface, Wests are more likely to play more games now at Campbelltown and Leichhardt. Because Parramatta, that is their home stadium, and Penrith having to play there because it's the only stadium suitable to share in order to protect the playing surface. So you're going to see the Bulldogs playing more games at Accor, I would have thought. They just don't make the money at Belmore. And again, this is the argument on stadium upgrades for all the NRL clubs in Sydney. To upgrade the stadium so it's a more fan-friendly experience, bigger capacities, better facilities. We've seen that, Cronulla with Shark Park, is it the best stadium? No, it's probably the worst, one of the less favoured facilities, but they've done development there. It's improved the surrounding district. Brookvale, they've increased the capacity at Brookvale. We know that funding is coming for Campbelltown and Leichhardt. Although Campbelltown gets the majority of the upgrades, Leichhardt is. I think the West Tigers would be better served playing all their games at Campbelltown. I know it's further out of Sydney, but playing all their games at Campbelltown, home games, investing in Campbelltown with transport links, which it already has those transport links on the New South Wales rail link, but investing at Campbelltown, you've got more scope of expansion with Campbelltown. But it is in the arse end of nowhere. But a lot of stadiums now, modern stadiums now, are on the outskirts of cities or outskirts of developments to avoid issues in regards to residential areas and noise and disruption. It seems to be the modern ways to build stadiums on the edge of towns or cities or edge of districts rather than slap bang in the middle like they used to. The girlfriend's the Miss Boff is just messaged me. The other half has been what is it? A bit. She described it in a weird way. I mean, she lives the other side of London to me. She's gone to a public. What is it? A public social event. It's like a community social event, which is organised, which is around public discourse and discussion. It's a weird thing. And she wasn't very clear on it, what it was all about. And so I'm just messaging her back. Oh, yeah, the Sharks and the Dolphins own their own stadiums, because now the Dolphins have joined, we can actually say that. But for a long time, the Sharks were the only NRL team to actually own and not be an anchor tenant at the facility they use. And yes, they are asset rich, but they're cash poor. They've had to leverage a lot of the assets they own in order to get the upgrades at Shark Park, which they haven't even completed yet. The main grandstand, the top tier, is still not finished yet or upgraded. But they are asset rich, but they are cash poor. And that's part of the problem with the Sharks, is that lack of money. They have the assets, but they don't have the money. But the more the Sharks continue to make the top four, the top eight, the top four, goes to the latter stages of the finals, if they say win a grand final or two, that helps actually increase the cash flows, because that's more games played, it's more merchandise sold, more tickets sold, more TV time. The corporates will be happy with that because they're getting more advertising on the jerseys and at the stadiums. So is what? So that's what Cronulla needs is that more on-field success, which will then help with the cash flow, because they are not the wealthiest club going, and they've had cash flow issues at times in the past, and part of the issue is the stadium situation. But they always seem to sell out, so it's not as if fans don't turn up. The facilities could be a lot better than they actually are, but fans continue to turn up at Shark Park, and crowd numbers continue to be really, really good. So they've got that going for them, and they can leverage their assets as well. So they have that going for them, but they do need. They are one of the clubs that is vulnerable. Should we have another shutdown of the league, they would be exceptionally vulnerable. If there was another crisis where the league had to suspend play, they would be one of the clubs that would be most at risk of folding. If there was any kind of suspension of play for whatever reason. But they have those assets that they can leverage against to potentially get them out of trouble in the short to medium term. But now that the Dolphins have come along and they own KO Stadium, that's two clubs that own their stadiums, which is weird because this is where I think Australian sport differs from European sport in a very significant way. Now, there's a lot of sports teams in this country, for example, that don't own their stadiums, that are anchor tenants. The Widnes Vikings is a prime example of a team that I know that the council, the local government, owns the stadium in Widnes. That I do know. And they're anchor tenants of the council, which was part of the reason why Widnes originally went into administration 5 or 6 years ago. Because they just couldn't. It's like Gateshead Football Club up in the northeast near Newcastle. The council owns the stadium there. They're anchor tenants, and because of their tenancy agreement, that's why they weren't allowed to play in the non-league playoffs to get to the Football League at the end of last season, which I think was wrong because they've got a tenancy agreement that lasts a fair period of time, which would also allow time for Gateshead to sort out a new stadium should they need a new facility. But they're anchor tenants, and again, the local council owns the stadium they play in. And we've seen stadium issues where clubs are anchor tenants of the stadiums they play in become problems, like Coventry City with what was known as the RECO, which is now known as the Coventry Building Society Arena. Ultimately, that was part of the reason why Wasps went bust, because they come along, they relocate from London, they get involved by the stadium, and that caused a lot of problems for both Wasps and Coventry City. And for a while, Coventry City couldn't even play in their own stadium. So, and we can debate whether they should have stayed at Highfield Road or demolished it or whatever. But a lot of clubs, a lot of sports teams don't own the facilities that they play in. But it's less common here than it is in Australia. As I say, there's a lot of the stadiums in Australia are owned by local councils or state governments. And when it comes to stadium upgrades and contracts on tenancies and who plays where, the prime example is CommBank in Sydney, the old Parramatta Stadium. And the rebuild and the facility and it's a fantastic facility. It really is. And I would love to go to Australia and watch an NRL game or NRLW game at CommBank. It's the new Parramatta Stadium. It's a fantastic facility. But the concern I have is the playing surface there isn't great and doesn't hold up particularly well. But as I say, fantastic facility. But again, there was a lot of taxpayer money funneled into that Admittedly, it was set aside many, many years ago for the rebuild, but you know, and now at the moment, it's, as I say, the Penrith Panthers Stadium um, is being rebuilt. Do you remember when the Tigers and Bulldogs changed their names to the Sydney Tigers and the Sydney Bulldogs? Um, I mean, I'm 35. Those rebrands didn't last very long. They didn't go down particularly well with fans. I don't personally really remember, um, but I believe it was about 20 odd years ago. I seem to remember it wasn't that long ago. It was in my lifetime, but it didn't last very long. It wasn't well received by the fan bases, in part because then you've got the Roosters, who are technically eastern suburbs. But the Roosters, I think, would go, well, we're Sydney. You got the Bunnies, South Sydney. Obviously, you had the Western City, or Western Sydney suburb Magpies, West, which is part of the West Tigers now. You had the North Sydney. But when you start basically cross-pollinating brands, brand recognition is key if you want to attract fans from outside the Sydney metro. It didn't go down well with fans, if I remember correctly, and it didn't last very long. And this is coming out about the same time as the Super League War, and the game was at war with itself when I was a kid, which is the ramifications of the decisions taken in the 90s are being felt now. And I've discussed, the ramifications of the Super League War and the professionalism in rugby union and how that hasn't been necessarily handled particularly well, and transition from amateur to professional particularly well. And we can debate, whether rugby union should go back to being amateur. I think that horse has bolted. Well, the Roosters, older fans will say, Easts. We'll call it Easts. Fact. Or Eastern suburbs. But, you had Western suburb Magpies. You had North Sydney Bears, South Sydney Rabbitohs, and Eastern suburb Roosters, or Eastern Sydney Roosters. But the same happens in Brisbane. You had Norths, Easts, Wests, Souths, and the various team names. But in reality, Canterbury Bulldogs works fine. You could have Western suburb Magpies could return if what we were hearing from the Tigers board is true, that there is a real divide, and the Magpies side of the board wants to completely split and buy out the Balmain remains of the board and revert the name back to the Magpies. But in reality, for me, the South Sydney Rabbitohs works as a name. It rolls off the tongue, and Sydney Roosters works as a brand. It just works. Sydney Bulldogs, it doesn't really work. You don't feel that vibe. Canterbury Bulldogs, I don't know why, it just works really well as a team name, because you're not going to call Penrith Panthers the Western Sydney Panthers, are you? It doesn't work. Penrith Panthers really works as a brand. West's Tigers, I think it sort of works, but does it work? I don't know. But for me, I think when you alienate your fan base, or you don't listen to, when you just do these rebrands and you try and tweak your name and all that. There was a period where the Bulldogs nearly merged with other teams. They nearly merged the Bulldogs, I believe. was it Balmain? I think it was Balmain that they tried to merge the Bulldogs with. And that was the idea. And in the end, it was the Magpies and Tigers that merged. But the Bulldogs nearly got merged with another Sydney club in the aftermath of the Super League war. I like the Magpies brand, plus Greater Western Sydney region has grown massively in terms of population. I honestly think if the Tigers as a team, as an organisation long term, is to be viable, they have to focus on one home ground rather than two. And that's the same for the Dragons, in my opinion. And either they build a brand new facility, brand new stadium, and go, right, this is where we're playing our home games now. We're going to build around that, or they focus on Campbelltown or Leichhardt. And I think Campbelltown is the better stadium. It's a bigger stadium than Leichhardt. It's the better stadium. And you go, right, this is where we're now focusing the club around. Because that's part of the problem with the Tigers is, and the same with the Dragons, you're not going to get long-term success if you are dividing your junior base, you're dividing your board, your fan base, and you're using two stadiums and you're flip-flopping where you play home games. It doesn't help in regards to stability and identity and a whole range of other things in that regard. I think they need to focus on one home stadium, call that home, focus on that. And if they have to call themselves, the Western Tigers or the Campbelltown Tigers, the Leichhardt Tigers, or whatever it may be, or whatever district, they go, right, we're going to focus here. But that, from my opinion, is what they need to do. The divisions in the board are concerning. I think the start to the season has offset the issues behind the scenes at board level. I think the team has won 2 out of 3 in spite of what's going on in the boardroom, which is going to be filtering down to the players and the coaching staff, knowing that there's instability above them, behind the scenes, in the back office and in the front office. There's clearly dysfunction at the club, and there has been for years. And that lack of stability in the boardroom and that lack of unity at club level is hurting them. Yeah, I think the Tigers should just base themselves at Campbelltown full time. Now, either they drop the Tigers and revert back to being the Western Magpies, or they drop the Magpies and revert back to being just the Tigers and the Western Tigers, or Balmain. And then the other team, Magpies or Tigers, be the feeder team. So New South Wales Cup, which I think is sort of what's happening. But they need to focus on the one stadium. In regards to the Dragons, yeah, Wollongong, that needs to be their home. That just needs to be their home. Because again, they're dividing between two stadiums. I know the ownership in the board is slightly different, but at the same time, it's still dysfunctional. And it's impacting the ability of the team to have a unified front. We've seen coach after coach after coach go through the Dragons organisation since Wayne Bennett brings them that premiership, and all those premierships. So we've seen that lack of stability at the Dragons. These merger dual venture kind of clubs just don't work. Look what happened with the Sydney Bears, the Bears and the Sea Eagles, with their experiment for a few years. It didn't work. And it was very damaging for both clubs. I think the Sea Eagles came out of it in the end, but in the short term, I think it damaged them. And it caused a lot of problems. At the same time, other clubs have gone by the wayside as well. I think this is again we're talking about a time when there wasn't a lot of money in the game, and suddenly you had the Super League war, and suddenly the game was spending money it didn't have, which in the aftermath in the 90s, early 2000s, early years of the NRL, there wasn't a lot of money floating around, and you know it created a lot of problems for a lot of clubs. Definitely, the effects are still being felt now. You could definitely argue that the Tigers and the Dragons, yes, they've won premierships, true, but they haven't really been the most stably run and most successful clubs since the mergers. You could argue that the damage done has impacted the grassroots. It's impacted the game at the regional levels of New South Wales and Queensland as well, because of the complete mismanagement of the professional game and the finances in Sydney and Newcastle and Wollongong and Brisbane and the big cities. That the regional game and the development of the game and the growth of the game, not just in regional Queensland and New South Wales, but also the failure to develop the game in regional Victoria outside of Melbourne. The failure of the Adelaide experiment, the failure of the Perth experiment, even though the State League in Western Australia is actually pretty decent and there's a fair number of players playing in Western Australia, the failure in Adelaide and Perth is part of the Super League war and the aftermath. The struggles that the Warriors have had at being consistent and having competitive sides, if that makes sense. The fact that the last Gold Coast team before the Titans was also one of the casualties of the Super League war. The early struggles of the Cowboys to start their existence, which reminds me, I've got to do, looking back at the disastrous seasons and all the wooden spoon seasons that we've had in the NRL, that's going to be fun when we get to resuming that series, because that was fun. And I would like to resume that. And you can definitely see with the wooden spooners every season the aftermath of the Super League. Well, like the Rabbitohs getting thrown out the competition and then the protests to get them readmitted into the competition. That is the governing body not reading the room. That honestly, that shouldn't have happened. And that is where the trust between fans and the governance of the game was definitely stretched and strained. And a lot of fans from other clubs came out in support, saying we need this team to stay in the competition. North Sydney Bears would still be around today had the delays to the Central Coast Stadium not happened. Again, I don't know enough about the stadium issues and the delays and the messy. I know bits of the messy merger between Manly and North Sydney, but I don't know enough. What I know is the interviews given by ex-players of both clubs who played at the time, and how the agreement basically screwed over North Sydney when they agreed the dual venture merger for those handful of, I think it was about 4 years, I think in total, before Manly, get sole control again, and the North Sydney Bears just get shafted. But again, you look at this period in time, and the game wasn't governed very well, and there was a negative impact, and the aftermath and the lack of trust. There's a lot of rugby league fans who, even to this day, regardless of the teams that they supported at the time, even to this day, have a lack of faith and trust in the governance side of the game. And this could be said for any league, Again, this is where there's a lot of criticism over in North America of the NHL and their Sun Belt expansion and relocation policy since Gary Bettman's been in the league. There has also been 3 lockouts and a player strike in the last 31 years. So that in itself says, there's a lockout once a decade, pretty much once every 10 years. And that labor instability, that unrest, where there's a breakdown in the relationship between the players and the league. Different circumstances, but it's how the revenues are distributed, who gets what, and how much money's made, and who, as I say, distribution of funds. We nearly had it in the NRL with the latest CBA negotiations, and I wouldn't be surprised if the same thing comes along in the AFL at some point as well, when it comes to the CBA and negotiating what players get, what the clubs get, revenue splits, and various other issues as well. It's coming down to money. Well, North Sydney Oval would need massive amounts of investment that just is not forthcoming from the New South Wales state government because they don't have any money anymore. So the Central Coast Stadium is there. Unfortunately for the Bears right now, the Sydney Roosters have basically gone, that's basically their junior catchment area outside of Sydney. So the Bears have just shot themselves in the foot completely, and we're relying on the Perth deal to basically get them back into the NRL as an organisation. And you could argue that because of financial mismanagement over many, many years, and this goes back well before the Super League war, when the game was professional but was semi-professional. It was professional in name only, but because the players got paid to play, but they also had day jobs. You can go back to the late 70s, early 80s, the Tommy Raudonikis Newtown Jets era, where clubs were spending money they didn't have and were overextending themselves. And so the Super League war was, if it wasn't a rival league being set up, the finances of the game were going to reach a point where they weren't sustainable. And I could say this as any sport. We're seeing it in association football right now, especially in French football. We're seeing it in rugby union right now. The finances of a lot of sports and a lot of leagues are not sustainable, but they haven't really been kept in check for many years. And I go back to governance not being great. So French football, for example, is a mess. There is no TV deal. There are clubs that are really in a mess financially. The fact that French football is more heavily reliant on gate receipts than other major leagues in football across Europe is a big concern. They can't even give the TV rights away. They can't even give them away for free. No one wants the TV rights for French football. And you know why? It's uncompetitive. PSG have basically broken the league. And this is where, a team becoming too dominant and not having financial constraints put upon them on spending is a problem. When one team just has infinite wealth and deeper pockets than every other team, and there's no checks and balances, that's a problem. PSG has broken French football. I did a video on it back in August. I stand by what I said in that video discussing the situation surrounding French football at the time. One club's gone bust. One's about to go bust. I think a couple more are buggered. PSG's broken the French game. But they won a European Super League, so let them have it. They originally signed up and then they publicly said, no, we don't want this because they realised that the backlash, they wouldn't have a league to play in, basically. But they've broken French football. And there's a lot of conflicts of interests and things going on there with the PSG ownership and personally, I don't believe all is above board with that. Um, but French football just can't can't survive. Um, I can see more French clubs going belly up, but then their administration rules are different, and it's a mess of governance and money in one club's hands, so they can dominate a league, and they can't give the TV rights away. I mean, they couldn't even give the TV rights to me, partly because I've got no money, but they couldn't even sell the TV rights to me, which then raises questions on their negotiating position, what the deal is that they're willing to sell, why they can't find a broadcaster or broadcasters partners to partner up to even show the games for like pennies, really. I mean, they could just come up with any TV deal. Any TV deal is better than no TV deal. But at the moment, they can't even find a carrier, which is a problem. And then you look at rugby union. Wales is the example I'm going to use with their situation. I mean, it's now having a knock-on impact with their finances on the national side. You haven't won a game for nearly a year and a half. And their winless streak is they haven't even got a draw in this time. I mean, that is really troubling. There are other sports as well that have funding issues, and it's like when you look at it, and it's not just looking at the NRL or rugby league or football in France or who funds stadiums and arenas in the US and Canada and expansion fees or whatever it may be, or government money backing an expansion bid, or what it boils down to, and I've said this for years and I'm going to go back to this point, is governance and faith in the governing body or those the public face of a league or an organisation in regards to sport, running their sports particularly well. I mean, we've seen issues with the FIA, with motorsport. We've seen issues with the IOC. We've seen issues with FIFA and the various football governing bodies. We've seen a bit of dysfunction in World Rugby in the 5 or so years ago, and a division over how rugby union should be governed and where the money should go with the revenues coming in and the club game and professionalism. The reason why I talk a lot about the NHL and the NRL when it comes to live streams on this topic is I know enough, and in fact I know more, especially about the NRL, with the amount of NRL content I consume for the majority of the year. I'm reasonably up to date with where the NRL is at. I wouldn't say in layman's term, I would say a bit more than the casual fan, but not like a rusted on hardcore fan who's also looking at advanced analytics and stats and basically living and breathing rugby league, because I don't. But I think the game is better run now than it ever has been, but there's still a lot of room for improvement, and there's a lot of areas where there are concerns. But I do think the NRL as a league and rugby league as a sport in Australia and New Zealand's in a much stronger position now than what it was a decade ago. The AFL, however, I'm not so sure on the AFL and the health of the AFL behind the scenes. I do think that the AFL has a false sense of security, and it's a false narrative with the AFL in regards to financial stability, the health of the AFL, and does the AFL have a long-term plan? Um, the Tasmania expansion plan seems to be all over the place. And I think they've mismanaged that, from what I can gather. Because I've sort of been following what's happening in regards to, are they actually going to have this 19th team in Tasmania? Is it going to be a long-term viable plan? Will the people of Tasmania, actually want a team there? Will it work long term? Will they turn up to games? Will the team, if and when it comes to pass, be any good? And then the last week we've seen the war of words between the AFL and the NRL. Between, is it Andrew Dillon, the CEO of the AFL, and Peter V'landys, ironically on the same radio station on Triple M. We've seen this war of words and sort of a slanging match over which is the code that's winning the battle. And I've had a look at some of the viewing figures. The AFL Grand Final edges it, but overall, the number of viewers in total for the entire season, the NRL wins on viewers in Australia alone. That's not including New Zealand and the global audience, but domestically in Australia, when you tally up all the games played and all the viewers in total who watch broadcasts, the NRL wins by a decent number. Not a massive number, but a decent number. Now, that's just on the last couple of seasons. The NRL is starting to edge ahead on TV viewership. Now, fans and attendance, that's a different debate. And you could argue that because the AFL uses bigger stadiums, that it sort of distorts it a little bit. Because obviously the NRL uses more suburban grounds and smaller stadiums with lesser capacities. You could, but the TV viewership and the Vegas games are starting to have an impact. The NRL is breaking its opening round attendance year on year. So the last 2 years they've set records and broken them. I think the Vegas games is helping with the revenue side of things, for revenues earned by the league. The AFL have now hinted that they are considering and planning at some point to go to the USA to play games. They need to find a facility, but these plans have been on the table for some time. Is the NRL more TV friendly? I think it's easier to follow on the TV if you're a new fan to the game and you're learning. So the US, for example, trying to sell, to the US market. Now the NRL has basically said TV viewership, not including the Watch NRL app, which I use to watch NRL content. The TV viewership in the US for the Vegas games was 500,000 viewers in the US tuned in to watch the games. That's not including the online viewership of the Watch NRL website. So 500,000 viewers for the games, a couple of weeks ago is a massive improvement on last year. Still small numbers in the grand scheme of things, but that is a significant jump in viewership for the day. Now, I would say rugby league over Aussie rules is definitely a bit more TV friendly for the new viewer, for the new fan. Having never been to an Aussie rules game, I can't tell you what it's like to watch in a stadium, but I treat rugby union and rugby league as a fan experience in a stadium as very similar, in the regard that you've got two lines of players bashing the crap out of each other. Rugby union's obviously messier than rugby league because you've got a couple of extra players on the field and contested scrums, contested rucks and mauls, and it's a bit more stop-start. But the basic principle of either kind of rugby is roughly the same. It's a very linear sport, which can be quite end-to-end. And I've been to many a rugby union game, So I would say in the in-stadium experience, I can only go on. The only way you can compare AFL, I would say the closest team sport to AFL would be either Gaelic football, hurling, or association football, because players can move around and not be in linear lines. That would be the closest sports comparatively to AFL. I think Gaelic football will be the closest sport to AFL. So where you've got players wandering around the field, so to speak. And I've been to many a football match. So, oh God, I mean, a lot of football matches in my time, and a lot of different stadiums as well. I think the stadium experience, feeds into that. I wouldn't say that the time length's an issue though, because I've watched an entire AFL match, for example. So I wouldn't say the length of time is the issue, because here's the thing: I can happily watch a 5-day Test match on TV, and I have done when it was on free to air. I've happily watched a 5-day Test match cricket. I've watched the London Major League Baseball games quite happily, sat through the entire day's play of Major League Baseball. So I wouldn't say that's not TV friendly. I think the NRL is friendlier because of the speed of the game, the linear fashion of the game. I think is easier to follow for a new fan. But if you've watched the game before and you understand how the game is played, and you've watched, let's say, 5 or 6, maybe 7 games, then it doesn't really, for me, matter. In my opinion, for a new viewer, watching AFL on the TV will be highly confusing, because it seems to be a very chaotic game. But in reality, AFL is a very simple game to play. Aussie rules is ironically very easy to play. Very easy to play. You pass with your hand, or you kick with your foot. You obviously catch the ball on the full. That's a mark. You can't be tackled if you do that. You've got to, after, I think, is it 3 or 5 paces, you've got to bounce the ball back into your hand to retain possession. So treat that like basketball with the foot travel rule. And you've got the big sticks, and you kick the ball preferably between the 2 biggest sticks, and then the smaller stick and the big stick is less points. It's a very simple game to play. Once you've got used to it a little bit. But to watch it for the first time can be highly confusing. I suppose I was lucky in a way that at school we had some Australian exchange students, and we had some gap year students who came over for a year or 2, and they brought their Aussie rules with them. So as a young kid growing up, I was fully aware of Aussie rules, even though I'm a pom, or as they refer to me, that pommy bastard who seems to like Aussie culture. And so I was fully aware of Aussie rules from a very formative age. We're talking about 25 years ago. This is not, this is a long time ago. I'm 35 now. I look younger than I actually am. So back in the late 90s, early 2000s, I was already, I wouldn't say rusted on, but I was watching Aussie rules, and I understood the game pretty quickly. It didn't take me very long to watch a couple of live games to realise what was going on and how the game was played. But because of the size of the playing field, you can't see how all the players off the ball are moving, if that makes sense. And if a good way, and I've heard this described on an interview, a good way to understand how the game is played is pick out one player and follow them round off the ball and look at their off-ball movement, both in attack and defence, and then look at when they get on the ball and when they are actively involved in possession and a disposal, and then back again when they're out of possession, be it defensively or in attack. That's a good way to learn how the game is played. And that would be the same, I would say, for a fullback, for example, in rugby league, or especially off the ball in defence. and potentially off the ball in a tackle when the far side centre moves over to the near side. So right centre moves to left over to add an extra centre on the left hand side. You saw it in State of Origin a few years ago with New South Wales employing, I think, 5 fullbacks in their team, or 5 players who played fullback, or basically 5 centres. It was weird. And they had the centre overlap where Travojevic basically moves from the right over to the left and then back to the right again on this kind of arcing loop off ball run. And then you have Tedesco floating around and Latrell Mitchell. And then you have the 2 wingers. And I think one of the wingers had played centre as well at some point in his career. So basically, you've got 3 or 4 centres, sort of, or hybrid fullback centres floating in attack. And what would happen is you would have the halves, and then the right centre would just do a swinging run and become a secondary left centre. And then you have the fullback inject into the line. So you basically got 3 centres and a winger, but no fullback. And they would change the position of which the first centre is receiving the ball. And Queensland couldn't cope with this. I think this was the record-breaking 60-0, whatever score, or 66 scoreline that New South Wales had over Queensland in, I believe it was game 1 of, was it the 2021 State of Origin? I think it was, or 2020. I can't remember which State of Origin it was, but it was game 1, and basically New South Wales win the series, and it was how that was a good one to see at more advanced attacking tactics of rugby league, basically. And it was very interesting to watch, and you could actually see even on the linear game going like this, how New South Wales are attacking and Queensland are defending, that the right centre makes an arcing run around the back. I think it was Travojevic, because Mitchell always plays on the left-hand side. So Travojevic has come from the right-hand side, and he comes to first receiver. Latrell Mitchell was sitting at second, and then I believe it was Tedesco was the fullback, comes in slightly behind both of them. And you basically got a 3-pronged, you've got 3 options at centre on the left-hand side at this point because of the 2 off-ball runs by Travojevic and Tedesco. And I think I described it at the time as a masterfully simple yet very effective attacking setup. But what was interesting is they never did it arcing to the right-hand side. They went left every time with this centre fullback move. And I found that very, very interesting. And I still find it interesting now. So if I was to rewatch that one particular game, you'll see this move happen, I think 5 or 6 times in the game. And Queensland can't cope with it. They cannot cope with it. Because if they were to cope with it, or try to, and do a man-to-man defensive mark, that means the left Queensland centre would have to leave the left-hand side and come across to the Queensland right, at which point, because you've got a floating, you've got either 2 fullbacks or 3 centres, depending on how you set up an attack, you've now got the option for the fullback and the right centre from New South Wales to suddenly switch back to the right. You've drawn the left centre over, and suddenly you've created an overlap where you're pulling the fullback and the centre defensively. That's an interesting one to watch. That's an interesting game to watch back. Just personal opinion. That's for the more experienced. That's how you educate a new fan in advanced tactics of top level rugby league. You wouldn't see that in a lower level club game. You just wouldn't see that. You would see block shapes. What you're seeing there is a coach selecting a rep side that's only going to play a couple of games in a camp together, a couple of games together. You might see that in a World Cup or Origin series, and you did. And it was really weird, but highly eye-opening watching New South Wales employ this tactic in one game. And with this tactic, they demolished Queensland, demolished them. And it was potentially, in my opinion, the best game of attacking rugby league I've ever seen. And I've been watching rugby league for 31, 32 years. I've never seen a team of equal standing. You've got to remember this. These are the best players in Australia. You've got to remember that these New South Wales and Queensland teams, they are the best in their positions. You've also got to remember that at club level, Travojevic and Mitchell are fullbacks. They don't play centre for their club sides. At this point, although Latrell Mitchell has played centre and wing at club level for the Roosters, so I'll bear that in mind. Travojevic does not play centre for his club side, the Sea Eagles. So that was a very interesting thing, using their various support play abilities. But that would be. So when I say to any potential new viewer to rugby league or AFL, I would say for those who want to watch AFL, watch a mid-season game. Watch a game that's taking place mid-season, about round 10 to round 15. Mid-season. That would be my advice to someone wanting to watch the AFL. Watch the games from round 10 to round 15, that weekend's worth of games, or a handful of games from that period. Just pick, let's say Collingwood games. Let's say pick 3 Collingwood games and 3, West Coast Eagles and 3 Western Bulldogs games. I'm just saying those 3 teams, just pick 3 of their games. If they happen to be playing against each other, okay. But I would say pick 3 teams, watch 9 games. So they're each team playing a game at that point, home, away, and neutral round. And you see 3 different styles of play. Mid-season, so you've sort of figured out the good teams, the average teams, and the bad teams. That'd be my opinion on that. When it comes to the NRL, this is different. Because there is such a... I would say State of Origin is if you want to watch the best quality. Because that's the game being refereed the most relaxed in a regard, where they let more go. I would say watch the opening round, the second round of games, and then the third round of games. Every match in full if you can. So the first 3 weekends of the season, because there'll be new rule variations brought in and new crackdowns brought in when it comes to foul play, penalties, free kicks, and rule tweaks. So you'll see that the players getting used to these new rule variations. So the new play the ball crackdown, where you have to make a physical effort to roll the ball back with your foot. And we've already seen a few play the ball violations in the opening weeks of the season. That would be my advice. Once you've watched, I would say 5 to 10 games, I think very, very quickly, or basically that's a couple of rounds of the NRL season, very, very quickly, you get a feel for the game. You would also very, very quickly get a feel for the teams that are well coached and are very confident and are competitive, contending teams. And then you'll get a very, very quick opinion and understand very, very quickly those teams that are at the bottom, rebuilding, looking up, seeking to improve. And I think that would be a good introduction to both rugby league and Aussie rules. I think, but people always ask me, what's the best game to watch? I always say the 2015 Grand Final is my favourite NRL game of all time. Some people say the 2023 Grand Final because the new rule variations that have happened in the last decade. And I'll give people that. But as a neutral, the 2015 grand final is my favourite game that I've ever watched, just for the sheer tension and the fact it goes down to Golden Point. It's the only one to go to Golden Point, and so that's a game I always tell anyone new to rugby league to watch. I would also say I think it is game one of State of Origin. I think it's either 2021 or 2022. So it was a couple of years ago. The record-breaking win for New South Wales. If you want to see rugby league attack working brilliantly and flawlessly, and some of the interesting movement of players off the ball, game one State of Origin, I believe it's 2021 or 20. I'm going to have to double check, but it's when Travojevic, Mitchell, Tedesco, they're all just on song. It is ridiculous what they do, and it's their movement off the ball. You see a little bit more to. It's very simple what they do, but it's how that the Queensland team just cannot cope with that off-ball movement. Yeah, you see, 1990. I've heard a lot about the 1990 second test at Old Trafford. I was a year old at the time. I know less than that. I was 10, 11 months old at the time. Yeah, I've seen clips of the game, but unfortunately, I can't say it's before my time because I'm alive at the time, but I've never seen the game in full. I've only seen little snippets of the game. The try that Ricky Stewart sets up for Mal Meninga, I can't remember if that is Old Trafford or that is is it the 1990, is it the 93, 94 tour? If that's the next Ashes tour. But I've seen snippets of the 1990 tour, and I've seen snippets of the tour that came after. So Mal Meninga's final game, basically, which I believe is 94. And Ricky Stewart, I can't remember if it's 1990 or 94, but Ricky Stewart sets up the try for Meninga with his line break. And, well, the rest is history, so they say. Am I going to watch the Nations League quarterfinals? No. Who I think wins the Champions League, I don't know. Now we are in the knockout stages. The new format doesn't matter anymore, but I don't know who wins the Champions League. It's now knockout football. And I have never had and never will have any interest in the Nations League. I'm not going to lie, I just never had any interest in the Nations League format. I would say this, though, for rugby league. That is 34 and a half years ago. The game has massively changed. So if you're trying to tell, like, let's say a North American, a US fan, new to the game, has only just got interested in the game in the last year or two because of the Vegas games or since COVID, so since 2020. And you're telling a North American fan, this is the one of the best games to watch in order to understand how the game is played, and you're using the wrong era. It's technically the modern era. It isn't the modern era because the game has evolved massively in the last 30, 35 years. And while that Meninga try, which Ricky Stewart sets up, is fantastic, and it really is, it is generally one of the best tries you will see scored because of the timing of it, the importance of it, and the fact that the series was tied until that try was scored. It was a tied series at that time. I would argue New South Wales against Queensland in the record-breaking 60 or 70-point win out to 6 a couple of years ago, where Capewell is at left centre for Queensland, I seem to remember. Kurt Capewell was playing in the centres, which is another reason why New South Wales exploited, that flaw in the Queensland selection and defence. But that's another thing. I would argue that or Game 3 of last year. Game 3 of last year, maybe Game 2 of last year. The 2014 series where New South Wales finally break Queensland's dominance, just because of what it means. As you can see, that this has been a very, very long time in the making, and this is a team that has taken a beating for many, many years to finally gets over Queensland. There are several Origin matches in the last 20 years that I would say would be a better example to use in regards of teaching the game to a new fan as some of the best games to watch of all time. But at the same time, this is subjective, and the only reason why I'm using more recent examples of State of Origin and the regular season and the finals, especially the 2023 final with that comeback, is we have more camera angles. These are the best of the best kicking lumps out of each other. And we can see a lot more off-player movement off the ball. So off-ball player movement in defence and attack. And where players are moving and positioning themselves. I would say I think one of the best games I've seen as a club game would be the 2022 finals match between Parramatta and Penrith. That was 8-6. I think was it 6-4? 2022. It was a very low scoring game, but the sheer brutality of it and the sheer intensity of it reminded me of an Origin game. And Parramatta were very, very close to beating Penrith and making the grand final in 2022, not 2020. Yeah. Was it 2021? There was a game between Parramatta and Penrith that I think it was 2021, where it was 2021. Both sides literally just stood each other up, and it literally came down to, I think, a missed kicker goal. And Parramatta pushed Penrith all the way. There's 2 points in it. It's a low-scoring game, and it was sheer brutality. At the end of it, both sets of players are out on their feet, and you could clearly see they're shattered, absolutely shattered. They're off their feet. They're exhausted. And it was just pure brutality. And that, I think, is one of the best games I've seen in my lifetime. On a more defensive standpoint. So if you want to, show a new fan to the game, solid defense where there's a lot of attack, and it's clearly with the 6 again rule and single ref and the rules brought in to speed up play. That game between Parramatta and Penrith is a good one to say how, even with rules designed to increase fatigue, speed up play, and keep the ball in play longer, pure brutality. And the ball is kept in play a lot in that game. That's about 3-4 years ago. There's quite a few games, actually. The 2016 Grand Final is always a good one. The 2017 World Cup semi-final between Tonga and England is another good one. And then again, this is all recent memory. There are some really, really good, good matches you can use as examples of really good tactics used, be it in defense and attack. So attacking kicks, defensive kicks, kick pressure, line speed, attacking formations, players movement off the ball, and support plays, coming into the line, dummy runs, receiving the ball on an angle, halfback play. There's a lot you can learn by watching different teams, how they play, the 6 and the 7 and the 9 and the 1, how the centres interact when they change position or they come round in a loop. which was really, as I say, that state of origin game where Travojevic comes from the right to the left. Tedesco is just floating. It creates this left-hand side overload. They do the same going to the right, and they did overload Kurt Capewell defensively, but they did it more coming to the left. And Queensland couldn't cope with it. They just got overwhelmed, and it was just one-way traffic in that game. It wins them the series. It's game one. It wins them the series because game two, they just don't have to do as much. They've won the mental game by the hammering they've given out in game one. Queensland can't recover. They win the series 2-1 in the end because they lose game three. They don't get the whitewash, which they should have done. They put out a weakened team in game three. But I think that one-off game is the best game of Origin I've ever seen. And there is just no doubt about it. No doubt about it. It's the best game of Origin I've seen, in my opinion. And it's all, but it's a good one to, once there's the new fan, you know, show them a few games, and now you're trying to teach them more intricate, forms of attack and defence. That is a good game to teach someone. The 85 Challenge Cup final between Wigan and Hull. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't get 100,000 at a cup final now, partly because the capacity's been reduced, but we're seeing this is the problem with the Challenge Cup because now it's mid-season. In regards to the time of year it takes place, fans coming down, majority from the north, as I say. Attendances have been an issue at Wembley now since 2018, when Catalan won. And back in 2018, was it 2018? Went back in 2018 when I did that match review, and I'm talking about, or was it 2019? I can't remember. It was either 2018 or 2019 when Catalan went. When I do the match review and I said that the attendance wasn't the best. And people at the time were saying, oh, yeah, it's because Catalan are playing. So that's the reason why the attendance is shit. Catalan are playing. But then following years, the attendance is still poor. So, well, you can't blame it on Catalan being in the final. You can't use that excuse. Like 2 years ago when Lee Leopards play Hull and the attendance is poor. And then last year, I mean, I turned off after 5-10 minutes because the 2 yellow cards in the first 5 minutes, I went, this has just ruined the final. These arbitrary reactionary rule changes have ruined the game. I switched off. But this is where I think there's a gulf in the NRL to Super League. The refereeing standards as well are much higher, which is scary for me to say that, but they are higher in the NRL. And quite regularly, referees and assistant referees in the bunker do get criticised. And sometimes rightly so, but sometimes I think the media and fans on social media I think go overboard in the criticism of officials. And we see this in all sports. And this is something we have to be very mindful of because, we have seen, the pressure get to officials, and a lot of them, especially at grassroots, are giving up, giving up on the sport, giving up on working within the sport, being officials, and they're just walking away because of the amount of abuse they get. They are human. They are going to make mistakes. Interpretation is going to vary from official to official. And so, but I do think the standard of refereeing, as I say, is higher in the NRL than the Super League. Now, whether that's partly because the referees are paid a bit more, Are the referees fitter? Um, is there more referees within the game in Australia at state level as well, in the various Queensland and New South Wales Cup and the women's competition and the various regional competitions? You know, are they also recruiting more ex-players who played the game at a reasonable level to then want to convert to refereeing? Does that also help in the quality level? Um, you know, there's in, as I say, in my opinion, I do feel the quality of officiating is higher. However, I will stress this: there are some referees who've had some poor performances, who have had their struggles. It's the same in any sport. We've seen the same criticisms in football, in rugby union, uh, in ice hockey, in the NHL. There have been some very public criticisms of some of the officials, especially in the social media era. And I do think we have to be careful because we are seeing issues in retention and recruitment of referees and officials from every level of sport. And we do have to be mindful that without the referees and linesmen, we games can't take place. So, look, I mean, like I say, we have seen pundits and commentators, during live broadcasts and during match reviews when they're doing their punditry and commentary, actually criticise the referee, going, "Oh, the referee's had a bit of a shocker there," which is unfortunate because then it distracts from the quality of play we could have seen or have seen that game or series of games. But at the same time, human error is going to happen, which is interesting. I think with what I mean, I, as I say, I go on social media in the evening. I'll have a quick look at my Facebook. I'll have a quick look at the news, for example. I'll have a quick look at my emails and whatever. And I'll go on some fan forums, and then you will see the same referees' names. There are some that become very, very high profile for a variety of reasons, but there are some that become very, very high profile because either they're refereeing high profile matches between two big high profile teams, or they're refereeing a cup final or an international, whatever it is. And they've become quite high profile because they're the ones who seem to be awarded with Challenge Cup finals, FA Cup finals, big internationals. They work international. They're becoming more and more high profile. They have a social media presence. And they're under more scrutiny. And I'm seeing the same referees get mentioned in whatever sport. It could be any sport, getting mentioned in fan forums and on fan pages. And some of them get praise, going, "This guy's had a great game again. Fantastic. This referee is one of the best. This referee deserves to referee an international or a cup final, whatever it may be, or a grand final." And then there are other referees going, "Oh, he's had a shocker again. Oh, he's clearly biased." And then we've seen the David Coote situation here in the Premier League with the allegations that came out about him that were proven, with his drug use and his comments made about Jurgen Klopp and Liverpool Football Club, and that clearly has raised the suspicions of other referees and their perceived biased or non-biased and quality of their officiating. And what is, I think, quite telling is other former and current referees have been interviewed around their relationship with David Coote and him as a person. And one of them, and this is very, very striking, there was an incident where several of the referees went on a group lads holiday to, I believe it was Thailand or Bali. and there were allegations made about excessive drinking and partying and bits and pieces going on, which happens on a lads group holiday. It does. But what was very, very telling was that one of the referees in an interview said, well, David Coote is one of the more reserved, quiet members of the group. And I'm fine thinking to myself, but he's just been caught potentially showing and intentionally giving bad decisions because of a deliberate bias against Jurgen Klopp and Liverpool. Now, we can agree or disagree that we dislike or like Liverpool and Jurgen Klopp, and if we're fans of them or not fans of the club or whatever. But then he's also caught on camera consuming a controlled narcotic, an illegal drug, cocaine, and also letting his hair down by drinking and doing drugs quite excessively on camera, making some derogatory, potentially inflammatory comments, and he couldn't defend it. There's no way you can defend yourself against that. And if he was seen, regardless of his sexuality and his other personal situation, because he came out as gay, which is irrelevant in my opinion. His sexuality and personal situation has nothing to do with his ability to referee the game and referee the game impartially. As if that was some kind of excuse, which I don't. I think no, he's got himself in a position that is awkward and stupid. He's filmed himself making derogatory comments about a manager and a football club. I think a couple of football clubs, but very publicly about an individual in the game. In this case, Jurgen Klopp. He's also been on camera doing a lot of drugs and drinking excessively. Now there's been rumours circulating that drug and sex parties were happening on the evening before games, and so his integrity's been brought into question. He's lost his job. It was a very bad, couple of few weeks for the Football Association, the PGMOL, Howard Webb, because Howard Webb, as in charge of the referees, much like Graham Annesley with the NRL, for example, has to regularly front the media and give an explanation on the weekend's events of the referees. We all know this, right? And there's been a lot of press conferences where Howard Webb has gone, yeah, we screwed up. That should have been a penalty. Or, yeah, okay, that shouldn't have been a free kick, but was given as a free kick. And has basically had to apologise because of decisions have been incorrect. Graham Annesley, again, with the NRL, on a Monday, will have to front the media and go, well, here's a review of the weekend's decisions. These are hot, and they know by looking at social media how fans have reacted to the refereeing performances. And they will also look at journalists' social media accounts when they're posting comments in regards or clips in regards to a refereeing performance. And he also has to front the media and go, we got this wrong. We have to issue an apology. But we're not going to replay the game because the game is in the record books now. But okay, we have to issue an apology because of the standard of refereeing. And there are calls for referees to have to give media interviews post-game and explain why they gave those decisions in-game. Whether that's the right way to go about it, I don't know. But it would be interesting. It would be interesting if the match day officials have to give a post-match interview like managers and players do and explain their performance, the reasons why decisions were made. I don't know if I'm in favour of that because that's putting even more spotlight and pressure, in my opinion, and focus on the referees at a time when they're already under the spotlight anyway. I think it's adding more to that spotlight, to that pressure, and I don't think that actually helps the situation. I think it more likely hinders. But again, as I say, we are having issues with retaining, training, and recruiting referees at all levels of sport. And I've done videos discussing referee standards before, and I wouldn't be surprised that, I don't know. I can't remember when the quarterfinals of the FA Cup are. I think they're um, in either next weekend or the weekend after. I'm actually going to have a check at the FA Cup when. But I wouldn't be surprised if in the quarterfinals of the FA Cup we have a couple of contentious decisions at key moments in games, and we'll be talking more about the contentious decisions. Let's say Bournemouth, Man City. Let's say it's 1-1, 89th minute, and there's a contentious decision, and Man City get a penalty, and we can debate whether that was a penalty or not, or a free kick or not. And like I say, the rest is history after that. Now, obviously, we can't predict if the Bournemouth keeper will save said penalty, but that could be the type of issue that happens. Ball accidentally hits player's hand, he's looking away, VAR gets involved, and we talk more about the contentious penalty decision or the missed red card opportunity because there's a foul in there or something. And right, so this time next weekend, all the games are played. So we have 2 of the quarterfinals are played on the Saturday, 2 are played on the Sunday. So that's kind of interesting. So this time next week, we'll know who the semi-finalists are in the FA Cup. But as I said, the refereeing in the FA Cup quarterfinals is going to be heavily scrutinised. And I would not be surprised if post-match, whatever quarterfinal we're looking at, because there's 4 of them, we're having the debate. We're going to basically have some contentious decisions this coming weekend. I would not be surprised that in the NRL this coming weekend, we're going to have some contentious decisions. There's going to be an incident that happens or incidents that happen in one of the 8 games, or maybe every 8, or all 8 of the games, where there's going to be a missed call or a contentious call. And regardless of the result, we're going to be still talking about the missed call of an active foul play at some point where something happens and the referee's missed it, and it's an obvious miss, and it's a talking point. But I have gone off on a little tangent there. But no, am I going to watch the Nations League quarterfinals? No, is the answer on that one. Who do I think will win the Champions League? As I say, it's knockout football. We've seen a lot of big clubs go out of the Champions League. We can question the pros and cons of the new format. And, you know, I'm going to do a video discussing are there too many international breaks? I think I discussed at the beginning of the live stream. Are there too many international breaks? I think there's potentially better ways to organise the international footballing calendar. But I do also think that we are where we are. Tournaments have now expanded. We have got the Nations League, whether we like the Nations League as a format or not. And we've seen criticism of the Nations League by players, high-profile players as well, who have not been overly enthused by the Nations League format. And, you know, we can argue the pros and cons of various players criticising the Nations League format. I think Kevin De Bruyne, is one of the high-profile players who's been quite critical of the format. His teammate Rodri's another one, and as soon as Rodri was criticising the amount of games players were playing, he gets injured for the season. So that was quite ironic. I would say not all of the international friendlies were great. I would rather have no international breaks, and then in the off season, like this year's the Women's Euros, right? Next year's the World Cup. I would rather have, in the years there's no tournaments, the qualifying tournaments for the following tournament be played, and therefore the regular season doesn't get disrupted with these 1 to 2 week international breaks multiple times during the league season. Because in the first half of the season before Christmas, I think we have 2 or 3 international breaks before December 31st. And so, in my opinion, I think we have too many. There are still international friendlies being played, but I also think some of the pre-season friendlies as well are starting too early. They are ridiculous. I don't even think this year's Euros had actually concluded before the first club sides were sending their players out on international pre-season friendlies. So, in my opinion, the off season's too short now, and the regular season's too long, and we can argue, have they expanded some of the tournaments too much? I do remember England Argentina in 2005 in Geneva. Yes, that was a very decent game. It wasn't the best match of all time, but it was that was 20 years ago. But there was I think I get having, a couple of warm-up matches before a tournament. I get having them, 1 or 2, maybe 3 friendlies. You've got the squad together. You want to give players some game time before an international tournament. I remember 2006. I think England had 2 or 3 friendlies, and I think the last one was against Jamaica because we were playing Trinidad and Tobago in, I think, our opening match at the 2006 World Cup. And so, because they were a similar level of opposition, and that was the level that we played a friendly. I think it was at Old Trafford. I think when we hadn't been rebuilt at this point, and Peter Crouch scored a goal, I think, and did the robot celebration. There were some decent friendlies in the build-up to the 2006 World Cup, but that was 20 years ago, and a lot has changed in the last 2 decades since the England-Argentina friendly at Geneva, or in Geneva, should I say. A lot has changed in the world of sport and in association football in that time, especially in the international game. Tournaments have been expanded in size, and the next World Cup is going to be more teams. It's a 3-country tournament, and so that in itself changes things a little bit, in my opinion. And also the quality of friendlies as time went on, they weren't great. And then you get the club country debate again. And I felt that under Southgate, for all the criticism we can level at Southgate for his style of play, his tactics, squad selections, players did actually want to play for the England national side under Southgate. But there were also some players that didn't. And people will say Ben White is the example. But there are other players who basically said, I don't want to play for Southgate, but they used different wording for why they decided to say, I'm going to retire from international football. Jamie Vardy was one of them who said, I'm done. So his international career was kind of very short, very sweet, and bish, bash, bosh, done. It was, I think, a 3-year period where Vardy was being selected for England. Ben Foster was another one who, in my opinion, hung up the gloves at international level a couple of seasons too soon. And I think Gary Cahill was another one. But his career very quickly, he wasn't a Premier League player anymore. But these were three senior players at the time who basically decided to say international retirement, when in reality they were stepping away from the national side while Southgate was still manager, and they'd never come back. Vardy, I think, is the only one still playing, by the way, and contributing for his club side. But there was clearly a handful of players who basically felt marginalised or sidelined, or it wasn't going to work out with them and Southgate as manager. Whereas Tuchel has already given debuts to players who are various ages and various stages of their career, going, I'm going to give this guy a run or this guy a call up for the first time in a few years. But it is what it is. Good evening. Need to improve for Tuesday. Labour to win. Labour to win versus Kazakhstan. That's a European nation. Yes, Kazakhstan, because like 5% of the country is west of the Urals. Weird. Yes. I think. Look, I think every. I mean, look, again, it's these part way through the season internationals that some are Nations League, some are qualifiers for the World Cup. Like I said, I think there's better ways to organise the international calendar. I think having a qualifying tournament in the odd numbered years for the men's game, and the main tournament in the even years. So next year's the World Cup. I would say have the qualifying tournament in the off season, in place of the World Cup in that same time bracket. Get your teams qualified. You don't have to have international breaks between August and May. And then you have a couple of weeks of warm-up games and then tournament. That's how I would do it. You don't need these almost frequent international breaks to get games. You just do not need them. They really disrupt the league season. It makes the league season very stop-start. And then you're just piling on fixture congestion at a time when the weather will have an impact on when games get played. Need to improve for Tuesday. Labour to a win versus Kazakhstan. That's great European nation. I was hoping Delat would be called up for the squad. Last player was Richard Wright. Richard Wright was a very underrated goalkeeper. I do remember Richard Wright when he was at Ipswich and then latterly at Arsenal. I remember Richard Wright. I mean, that's got to be over. God, that's got to be 25 years ago. Richard Wright got called up to the England squad. I mean, that is going back to. I believe he got called up. Was it in the qualifiers for Euro 2000 or the qualifiers for the World Cup in 2002? He was called up. I mean, we are going back over 25 years. He was a very good goalkeeper. When I was younger, I did used to watch the qualifiers. I did, because it was free to air, live football. They generally took place in the school holidays, or when I'm, on days that I was at home. I have fond memories of some of the qualifiers, like the Germany, England, and Munich in 2001 is one of my favourites, obviously. I mean, win the game 5-1 away from home. It's one of the best international performances of a team I've ever seen. Ranking alongside Holland's dismantling of Spain at the World Cup in 2014 in Brazil. Two of the best internationals I've ever seen. But I wouldn't say they've made qualifying too easy, I think, because they've expanded the size of tournaments. It does completely distort the qualifying groups. It does. It just does. I think the Nations League, while it does benefit some of the smaller nations, the fact that qualifying has been expanded, so more teams qualify for tournaments because tournaments have been expanded, really distorts how qualification works. And the Nations League, I mean, it was a solution that wasn't required for a problem that didn't need to exist. The problem only existed is because UEFA, FIFA, and the other governing bodies at regional level allowed it to happen because they wanted to basically get money. So they were just plugging, we've got to have X amount of internationals per year in a calendar year. We need to fill these gaps. And it basically started to distort and disrupt domestic league seasons. Talking as an England fan, there's not enough jeopardy these days. Was more exciting when it was harder to qualify. Yeah, you could argue that. New Zealand just need to beat New Caledonia to qualify. Not sure about that. Well, unfortunately, with Australia joining the Asian qualifying section, maybe New Zealand and Oceania as a general need to also join the Asian qualifying section because, quite frankly, um, it just here's the problem: rugby union, rugby league are the dominant sports down there, and while at grassroots level, especially in Australia, and to a certain extent New Zealand, football or soccer, because I do have viewers from Australia and New Zealand who are subscribers, has massively grown in popularity, in part because of a lot of the European immigrants who've gone over to that part of the world in the last 30, 40, 50, well, since World War II, and have brought not only football and basketball, but other sports with them. And also with parents being a little bit more concerned that rugby league and Aussie rules, for example, and rugby union are getting a bit too rough and tumble for little Timmy. Um, the Sheilas, the mothers, are like, I'm going to pull Timmy out of this. Timmy's not playing rugby league or Aussie rules. We're going to pull him out. We're going to get him playing football. It's safer. And this is where they're trying to make rule adjustments to make it that the player drop off doesn't happen. Not necessarily, because then they have to play a playoff against, I think, sixth place in South America, which has happened when Australia were in the same qualifying section. You don't miss being outplayed by Macedonia. North Macedonia now, because the Greeks get a little bit upset and will smash some plates. Well, look, we've had some very wooden performances in qualifying. I do remember Gareth Southgate's first competitive international or first competitive qualifier in charge of England following the 2016? Yeah, following the 2016 Euros. Big Sam basically gets the sack from the England job. And Gareth Southgate, the first competitive match that I watched that Southgate was coach was on this channel, actually. And I've done the match review. It's 1-0 against Lithuania. And I was like, it was a painful performance. There was no energy to it, no pace, no intensity. And I wasn't sold on Southgate then. I thought, well, look, it's his first squad. It's his first competitive international, his first competitive squad. I will give him the benefit of the doubt, but the next performances, the future performances, need to have more pace, more energy, and more urgency about them. Because we've got still too much of the same old, same old. It's just a new guy in charge, but it's the same pretty much core of players for the most part. And he hadn't decided on a captain at this point. He was still rotating the captaincy. And I seem to remember, I think Henderson was the captain that night, I believe. And he was still rotating Cahill. He was still rotating the captaincy, and he hadn't decided on Harry Kane at this point, who I still believe should never have been England captain. But that's my opinion on Harry Kane having the armband. I think another player should be given the role now and that lead that next generation forward. But the match review is up there. It's a 1-0 to England over Lithuania. It's not the best performance by any means. I don't think the match review gets a lot of views either. It was a very dour, I think it was a midweek game. Wasn't the best performance. And I was highly critical of how England played. I was very critical about how England played. And again, there was no urgency to it. It was a qualifier, go 1-0 up and just kill the game off. There was just aimless passing around the back. There was no pace to the passing. There was no urgency. There was no one driving the play. There was not enough chances created. They basically went through the motions. Lithuania just had nothing going the other way. And it was just, I would much rather have sniffed glue and watched paint dry. That was, I think, my honest assessment. It was a really poor game. I wasn't sold on it, but at the same time, I gave the benefit of the doubt because it was his first squad, and I hoped things would start to improve. Well, you could say that, but at the same time, it's hard to really get a fair read on a qualifier. Qualifiers, there's a bit of jeopardy. You don't want to lose. You don't want to lose at home, and you don't want to lose your first couple of games in the qualifying section, because then you're behind the curveball, and it becomes more difficult playing catch up when you've already given 2 games away to the opposition in your qualifying section. But yeah, back in 2017, I was critical of Southgate then, and I had hope. I had hope in Euro 2020, which obviously was played in 2021, that we had taken that next step after the World Cup in 2018. So we qualify, we get to the semi-final, and then obviously that's the ceiling at that time. We go into we start the qualification process for Euro 2020 in 2018, 2019. And we, as I say, we qualify. And obviously COVID hits and all that. We delay the tournament by a year. And we played better. There was definitely a progression from 2018 to Euro 2020. Obviously played in 2021. I think we took a step back in 2022 at the World Cup in Qatar. I do honestly believe there was a step back, and I was critical at the time. And a lot of people were. And we crash out the quarterfinals. Admittedly, in the game we played the best against France is the game we lose. But that was our best performance at that tournament. And then obviously last year we get to a second final in 3 tournaments. But England didn't play very well throughout the tournament. It was sort of like by accident they managed to get to the final. And Southgate, quite rightly, gets criticised for how tactically the team sets up and how the team play, because that comes from the top. That style of play comes from the top. That lack of urgency, that aimless passing at the back. And it was painful, but I think necessary that the fans booed the players. I'm sorry, it had to happen. The players had to understand that fans were getting pissed off and frustrated with the negative style of football. That's not what we were promised by Southgate back in 2017 or 2016 when he was appointed. We were not promised this. We were promised improvement. We were promised high-paced energy. We were promised exciting play as the team grew in confidence and developed. And we went backwards. The last 2 tournaments, Southgate was in charge, regardless that we got to a final. In that final tournament, we got there by accident. Whereas in 2020, 2021 officially, we got there by merit, by actually being more progressive and more attacking. Well, not many teams win by playing thrilling football. I would argue sometimes they do. You could argue Brazil in 1970. Just check out the footage if you can find it, of Brazil in 1970, and you'd be like, ah. Admittedly, Holland came up short in 74 and 78, but some of the games they played were ridiculous. Argentina in 78 actually were kind of fun to watch, if not a little bit lucky. There have been some very, very exciting teams that have gone out and won tournaments or got to finals. The Hungary in the 50s. Oh, God, yeah. If you can see footage of the mighty Mygars in 50, is it 56? 58? I think it's 1958 World Cup. They are ridiculous. No, they are absolutely ridiculous what they did in the 50s with Pushkas. But there are some exciting games in tournament football. I think Spain is interesting because there are such divisions within the Spanish game. At any one time, the politics in Spanish football is ridiculous. But will Spain and Argentina, for example, retain their titles? Will Argentina retain the World Cup next year? Will Spain retain the Euros in 3 years' time? I mean, if Tuchel, who's very pragmatic as a manager and very flexible with his managerial style and very intense, can do something with this England setup. I understand why Henderson and why he's gone with Henderson and Walker, although I can't understand why Walker's been selected at all, to be honest, and while Henderson's there. But I can understand having senior players around a lot of young players in your first squad. But that was a bit of an awkward decision by Tuchel and his backroom staff to select those players, considering they're not really playing at the peak of their powers. Well, but being good defensively. Well, we weren't overly challenged defensively until we got to said finals in both competitions. Both Euros, England weren't actually on the back foot defensively because whether we got the easier draw or teams we were playing against didn't play particularly well, they got over the line. And I do think in 2021 with the delayed Euros, they were more progressive in attack. They played better going forward and with a bit more energy and a bit more urgency. And there was definitely more about England apart from that Wembley final and that last allowing the equaliser when we did. Yeah, that one I can't. I mean, look, we could have got there by playing, especially that final against Italy. If we had carried pushing on and taken risks, I do think Italy was shot. Italy was shot in that final when we went 1-0 up early on with Luke Shaw. I think if they carried on aggressively pushing forward, I think they would by 3 or 4. Italy was shot at that point. What playing people out of position? Yeah, I don't get that either. Shoehorning them in, I think. Again, how we made the last final at the Euros with playing players in the wrong. This is what I didn't get about Southgate. He had that long in the wrong, and before that had worked with the youth setup. I was surprised that even that late on into the role he was in, he was still didn't have a perfect starting 11, didn't work out the best positions for his players. And was still playing players in the wrong positions or in non-preferred, I think is a good way to look at it. Honestly, when we go 1-0 up against Italy, that first 20 minutes, just let them play. Let them play. That first 20 minutes, Italy was shot to shit. And they just could not cope. They had no pace. They were they were all over the place. And then suddenly we stopped playing because Southgate was like, oh, we'll hold the 1-0 lead. Push for the second, push for the third. I'm sorry. That was so negative. And Southgate has to take the blame for that. And again, it's like when you see Pickford, who I personally don't think should be England's number one personally, because I don't think he's England's best goalkeeper on form, but that's another thing. When you see him blowing up and losing his shit and screaming at the players in front of him to actually play with some urgency, that tells you that instruction has come out to. It comes from the top. It comes from the top, which is the manager. So Southgate for me he's a nice bloke. He's a very nice bloke. He's very measured and thoughtful with his views on things. But I don't think he was aggressive enough, and I don't think he was cutthroat enough as a manager. But Southgate comes across as a very nice individual that sort of like that nice middle management individual in the office that you get on with, but he's not really cut out for the cutthroat top dog role. But he's a nice bloke, and he's like the good cop in the good cop bad cop combination when it comes to management. He's more like that assistant manager who you get on with when they cover for the full-time manager. You're allowed a bit more flexibility with stuff, but he doesn't have that ruthless edge. Yeah, 2012 to 2016 was an absolute shambles for the nation when it came to football. It was a very low point. Not as bad as 2008 and not as bad as 1994 or the 1970s. 1970s, 74 and 78 don't qualify for the World Cups. 94 don't qualify for the World Cup. 2008 don't qualify for the Euros. They were lower points, in my opinion, than 2012 to 2016, the post-Capello and then post-Hodgson eras, and then Big Sam just making an absolute arse of himself. But with what was going on in the media, with Sam Allardyce and the post-Roy Hodgson era and a lot of other things what was going on there was shambolic. It was a mess. The players had lost all confidence in themselves. They prefer playing for their clubs. The club country debate, players would like, I'm pulling out of the squad, I'm injured. There was a lot of that. Players just played within themselves all the time. I think Southgate stayed on too long, but then would we have got to the final of the Euros had he not been there? I think we get to the finals last year by accident. Honestly, I think we get to the final by accident. I was not dead. Yeah, watching England was painful last summer. It was painful last summer. Whereas Serena Wiegman with England with the women, it's completely different. Now, I'm not going to get into the debate between men's football and women's football and, comparing the two. But Serena Wiegman with the England women's setup is a completely different kettle of fish. With the confidence around the squads, back-to-back finals, Euros winning it, then a World Cup, and now going in as holders of the Euros, beating the World Cup holders in a very important match recently to set down a marker, saying, hey, hang on, you might have beaten us in the last meeting, but we've beaten you again, and we'll come for you again. That the culture it's chalk and cheese. The England women's team, and people will say you can't compare it, and I'm not. It's the same sport, however, played by for exactly the same rules. And again, England women were much like the England men. They were a good foundation. They had some good young players, and suddenly it would get to tournaments and they would be comprehensively outplayed by Germany and the US, the two biggest rivals that are in the game. We win the last Euros, and then on the way to winning the last Euros, we beat Germany and beat Germany in the final at Wembley. And last year, or 2 years ago, or was it last year because of the delay? I think it was last year. But in the World Cup, Women's World Cup final, get to the final against Spain. Okay, we come up short, but we weren't blown off the field. We just came up short didn't play our best. But the difference between the women's setup and the men's is there's a lot more confidence in the system, in the players themselves to be definitely more attacking. And when they went to win the Euros a few years back, the women's team, it was clear and obvious, very clear and very obvious that they were playing for fun. There was a lot of attacking intent, and the reins were off. They had definitely worked out the left and the right, interchange of play, getting the ball wide, using wingers as wingers. Having a focal striker, passing and moving quickly. Everything was done with energy. And that was the massive difference between the England women and the England men, was the pace at which they did things. They were willing to take risks. They played with a higher intensity, and it paid off. And you can definitely see, regardless that she's Dutch and Tuchel's German, regardless of that, the implementation, and again, England women's football with England, the Mark Sampson scandal came a year after Big Sam gets sacked. Mark Sampson gets sacked. So the FA was in a dark place in 2016 and 2017 with both national sides, with managers getting kicked out because of scandal, a lot of negativity. And then Phil Neville comes along with the England women, and there is improvement, and he sets the foundations for Serena Wiegman. Were England great under Phil Neville? No, they weren't terrible. And you could say the same issues persisted, where they became a little bit too negative and a little bit within themselves and a bit too conservative. But again, he laid the foundations for the next step. And Phil Neville comes in at the same time, a year after Southgate comes in with the men. The FA is in a dark place at the time. Mark Sampson's been sacked. Big Sam's been sacked. And I did cover the Mark Sampson situation, and that was one of the first videos. That was the first video on the channel that got over 100 views. I seem to remember that was the first video for me that went up. This is actually worth doing sport full time on this channel and dedicating, making content on sport on a daily basis. It was Mark Sampson basically getting fired by the FA for misconduct. And it was very, very noticeable at that time that there was a culture issue with the FA and the international setup, both men and women. Look how we have come, how far we have come in the last 7.5 years, however long it's been since Southgate was put in as England manager and Phil Neville and then Serena Wiegman in the women's game. Over the last decade, we've gone from a very low point 8-9 years ago to we're doing quite well. We need to take that next step. The women have taken that next step, but considering where both setups were to where they are now, massive improvement. Who comes in next, the situation is a lot healthier. The culture has massively changed. I felt Lee Carsley should have potentially been given the job on a full-time basis with how, apart from one game, how the team performed. They were playing exciting stuff. The players were given confidence to back themselves. And I do think Lee Carsley will get snapped up at some point. Or may even end up being Serena Wiegman's successor in the women's game. The FA might go, actually, we like his style of play. We're getting positive feedback from fans because that also is key. The players responded positively. Let's give him a go. It's in-house. It saves money. And his style of play seemed to work. Ipswich women had 11,000. I mean, that is a good turnout for a third-tier match, yes. That is a really good turnout. I do cover women's sport on the channel. I've covered WSL games. I've covered women's FA Cup finals, and I will be covering the women's Euros this summer. One of the most popular videos on the channel is Women's World Cup game from 2019, an England game. Got really strong view counts, and people still watch that video now. All these years, 6 years later, it's still getting views. And I think it was the England Cameroon game where we win 3-0, but there's some very agricultural challenges. And England don't play there particularly badly, but they don't play at what they're capable of at their capable best. But there were some really, I wouldn't say X-rated, but there were some agricultural challenges in that game. And I think the quality of women's refereeing has definitely improved massively in the last 6-7 years, because the refereeing in that game was really bad. And I discussed that in the match review. But at the same time, the England players allowed the opposition's ill discipline to impact their way of playing as well. I mean, they could put 8 or 9 past them. In the end, they score 3. And that's back in 2019. I did that match review. Still getting views now. People are still watching that video now, which I find amazing all these years later. But I've noticed, and I'm going to end on this, I've noticed lately, and I've been definitely keeping an eye on this, that a lot of the football club history videos that I've done, the view counts in them are really climbing. And they've aged really well. Really well. And I've got a few more that I want to do next week. That I've got up here that I'm going to make next week on clubs all over Europe in a variety of leagues. I'm going to look at there's a few clubs in Scotland I want to do, a couple of clubs in Germany, might look at some clubs in the Swiss league system, and Austria and Slovenia and France. There's some ideas that I have, and I'm having a look at the various league systems and clubs. But videos, again, that I did a couple of years ago getting views, and the Football Club History series, there's a reason why I did it in the first place. They would age quite well to a point. Not every club's going to win a trophy, obviously, so they would age quite well. And a lot of them are getting a lot of interest lately. They're a good way for the channel to tick over in regards to content, especially when I'm like on holiday, for example, when I visit my girlfriend and I'm not making content on a daily. They're going to be ticking over in the background, and some of them have done really, really well. The view counts on them are good and climbing, and it helps the channel. Yeah, and I've noticed someone or some viewers are going through the football playlist, and they've made their own playlist maybe of football club histories. Go, I'm going to watch 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 5 or 6 in a day, or maybe 10, and they put watch later, and they're watching them in order. And yeah, some of them are doing quite well, view counts are there, and I think they're fun to do. I like making the notes and doing the research and reading up on clubs and picking out a few fun facts of each club, like the leading scorer, the appearance holder, biggest transfer, biggest win, biggest attendance, goals in a season, stuff like that. They are fun, and they're a good little distraction to go down a wormhole and spend 10, 20, 30 minutes researching, sometimes longer, sometimes less, doing the video, getting the video posted, and stuff like that. And yeah, I really enjoy doing them. I enjoy the history aspect. Yeah, I've done my video on Queen's Park. That's up on the channel as well. Yeah, my video on Queen's Park is up on the channel. And I can't remember when I did Queen's Park. I think it was last year I did my video on Queen's Park. But like I said, I've got a couple of other clubs that I want to do in Scotland in the lower levels of the game. And I'm going to start looking at some of the other European leagues and doing content on clubs in other parts of Europe. I think there's a fair few in France and Belgium I want to do, and Holland. I want to do some videos on, and then there's a couple more in Germany, and there's a few more in Switzerland and Austria and Slovenia, and then Poland. There's a lot of leagues I haven't even touched yet. I haven't even got to the Turkish league. That's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, I enjoy doing them, and the view counts back up the fact that I was right in doing the football club histories. Because while the view counts aren't like exploding and they're not crazy, they're ticking over, and there's clearly an interest in the football club histories, and people still watch them today. There's so many that I've done on the channel, and at some point, a new club will get promoted into the football league, and at some point, there's in the National League in North and South, there are clubs to look at that have been football league clubs or newer clubs in existence that are working their way up the club pyramid system, and so there's definitely more clubs to do, and there's never enough. There's always football clubs to look at and do content on, and it's going to be fun, in my opinion. But anyway, look, I'm going to leave that there. Thank you very much for all the questions. It's much appreciated. Before I go, obviously, I want to make mention, because there's some newer viewers in the chat this evening, for example, that memberships obviously are available. So I'd love for some of you guys, some more of you, to become members if you can, because that does also help the channel. Because it again helps with that algorithm promoting the channel. If more people actually click on that membership tab, it actually helps promote the channel on the algorithm to potential new viewers. And the other goal is to try and get full monetization, because again, when you start earning that ad revenue and ads start appearing, again, that promotion on the algorithm occurs as well. But from me for now, I really appreciate all the support. It's been fantastic. And I'll have, as I say, more content for all you guys very, very soon. Keep your eyes peeled. There's some more football club histories that are going to be popping up in the week. I do intend to get more of them up in the week. And then obviously we've got the FA Cup quarterfinals next weekend. We've got the fourth round of fixtures of the NRL next weekend. So next weekend's going to be quite busy in regards to live sport. And yeah, it's going to be fun. And I've already got the preview for the fourth round of the NRL season. I've already got the preview for the quarterfinals of the FA Cup. So they're already up on the channel anyway, which is handy. And so, yeah, there's that to look forward to. And the final question, obviously, Queen's Park went pro. Well, they couldn't stay amateur forever if they were going to be sustainable and attract talent and contend and be not only sustainable but competitive. I understand the historical reasons and the traditional reasons why they stayed amateur as long as they did, but in reality, they couldn't do that for much longer and be competitive and stay competitive at the level they were at. And so sometimes traditions are hard to let go, but it's for the greater good. But we'll see. What the Kantara policy at Bilbao They're not the only club to have a modified Kantara policy, although theirs is possibly the closest to being as close to the original Kantara Basque policy, because now you've just got to play for a Basque club to end up being signed by Bilbao. You don't have to be a Basque player anymore. I think at some point, much like Queen's Park, they're going to have to bite the bullet and allow tradition to just fade into, the historical side of things in order to be successful long term. Although they have recently won silverware with the Kantara policy for the first time in many years, and they have made a European final with the Kantara policy in my lifetime. So it's not doing them any harm, but it's not getting them the success that I think the club of that size with that fan base deserves and warrants. But at the same time, it does limit their ability to win. But they haven't done bad with the Kantara policy, but since the 80s, it's been difficult for them to take that next step, but they haven't been relegated. It does build a sort of kind of squad unity that, they can use. It's like an us against them kind of thing. And people do applaud them for the Kantara policy and sticking with it, but with the way the game has gone and sport in general has gone, it's very difficult to maintain a policy like that and remain at the top level competing, and being sustainable and competing. Although, admittedly, it does save them a lot of money, but they don't make as much money because they're not regularly in the Champions League or Europa Conference League, and therefore that would impact their revenues a little bit. But at the end of the day, they ended their trophy drought last year after 40 years with the Copa del Rey, which now dates my Athletic Bilbao club history video, because when I did that video, they hadn't won the Copa del Rey, so sort of that one's a bit outdated now. But I'm glad they did it. I've got a soft spot for Bilbao. Some of my favourite players that I've seen play the game have played for Bilbao, so I do have a soft spot for them. But I think the Kantara policy eventually they will have to reconsider either making it a bit more flexible and amending it. But I don't think they can sustain the Kantara policy forever unless, when it comes to football spending, clubs really have to rein things in massively. Then it can go back into their favour. If the game goes back, sometimes less is more. If, as I say before I go, if with football spending rules as they are and being implemented really start to bite, and clubs that continue to breach them get punished, and I can't see how Barcelona and Real Madrid can continue to sustain the debts they have and not get punished. We may see actually a sort of level playing field return where other clubs can go, okay, well, we might just focus on our local region, our local town for the majority of our talent and reduce our spending on expensive transfers. But at the same time, if they amended the policy a little bit where they have to have the majority of their squad under Kantara, but a few marquee players that they are allowed to sign outside of the Kantara, potentially they could compete for La Liga, but we shall see what happens. But that's up for the club president and the club board and the fans to vote on and decide, because they are the Basques are fiercely independent people, and they see that as a badge of cultural honour that they still have it. But other Spanish clubs use it Kantara policy as well. So we'll see if the fans are realistic and they do it in the right way. Then I can see the Kantara policy evolving and eventually fading naturally out. But at the same time, with the Kantara policy, they've had a fair bit of success historically. So this is not they're not no hopers, but the sport's evolved globally, and it's a traditionalist policy that may have gone past itself. I don't. But there we go. Thank you very much for watching. I appreciate all the questions, and as I say again, memberships are available. It does help the channel, firstly financially, but secondly with the algorithm as well, which is something to bear in mind. But from me for now, thank you very much for watching, and I will have some more content for you all very, very soon.